fragmented and ricocheted off of the bulletproof vehicle that President Reagan was getting into and got lodged in President Reagan's lung, 2 millimeters or from his heart. And that was on March 30th of 1981. He was in the hospital until April 11th. Created a lot of chaos in this country in that period. Uncertainty about who was in charge in the immediate aftermath, and then there were some ultimate changes to the gun laws in this country as a result, if everybody remembers, the Brady Bill, which was named after President Reagan's press secretary, who was shot in the head by Mr. Hinckley in that incident. So, and there's a lot of academic conversation, obviously, that we're talking about statistics and reasonableness and what is the right policy. And I, of course, believe that is the nature of the conversation like this, to be, I would say, clinical in our conversation. But there are stories like this one that can illustrate what happens when we don't have effective, reasonable gun policy in this country. And this one is just one outsized impact. This is one person who was president of the United States, surrounded by an army of security, had an armored vehicle, entered and exited buildings under cover, and in a 30-foot space, the only 30 feet that he was exposed to hazard, this person with a concealed handgun shot him and almost killed him and injured several other people in the process. So requiring background checks is important. I think that's one of the things that came out of the Brady Bill. In this case, he used some kind of fragmentation bullets that I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure somebody else here is better equipped to explain, that maybe were ultimately banned in the Brady Bill as well. But he was a mentally ill individual who was doing this, as everybody famously remembers, to impress Jodie Foster. And if we don't have some sort of reasonable regulation ensuring that not everybody should be walking around with a gun, that people should have some kind of training, people should have a minimal...
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. At minimum, we should make sure they don't have mental health issues, and make sure that people don't have a serious criminal background, that the data would show if people who have committed acts of domestic violence are much more dangerous with a gun. So there's a lot of those sorts of things that need to be considered aside from training, which of course is important. We should make sure that people are getting trained on proper use, storage, maintenance of guns, making sure that they're not pulling them out flippantly, and that they're not over using them, because of course in that incident, John Hinckley, again, was not killed. He was the Secret Service, somebody dove on top of him. They used restraint and were able to capture him, and then he was detained for the next 40 or so years. So there's a lot of room for reasonable regulations here that make their community safe, but do not unduly infringe on people's rights. We need to preserve people's rights, of course, but reasonable regulation.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Brewer, you are recognized.
All right, I hope all of those who are watching soaked up what was just said. So we took the case of a mentally ill person who was a restricted person and could not have a gun, but he used a gun, and we're going to use that as a reason not to have LB 773, which now 25 other states have. But for some reason, the people of Nebraska are so evil and so wrong that they're going to use their guns in illegal ways. Now, since we want to get things on the record, I'd like to address a question to Senator Moorfield.
Senator Moorfield, would you yield?
Yes. And sorry, I was having a side conversation, so I didn't hear what you were saying.
Do you have a copy of LB 773?
I do.
Could you go to page 20, line 6?
Page 20, line 6.
Would you read A, B, and then down to 2?
Do you mind if I start with section 10 to give the appropriate context?
Sure.
Okay, section 10. Except as provided in subsection 2 and 3 of this section, a person not otherwise prohibited by state law from possessing or carrying a concealed handgun shall not carry a concealed handgun while such person is A, so this is line 6, is consuming alcohol, or B, line 7, while such person is remaining in the person's blood, urine, breath, any previously consumed alcohol, or any controlled substance as defined in section 280-401. So I think what you're probably getting to is that contradicts the letter that I just read off.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So what I'm trying to point out here is that in the heat of the moment, there's a lot of comments, a lot of written stuff going back and forth that are not true. I get it. This is something that will make jobs harder for certain people. Now, we just had an amendment to try and help Omaha, and that was defeated. That was local control. That was addressing these very issues that were in that letter. And it was determined that that was not the right thing to do. So now we're back at LB 773. The Second Amendment is the only right citizens must ask permission to use. Think about that for a minute. Wouldn't do this with voting rights. Second Amendment is the most heavily regulated regulation in our Constitution. Second Amendment is much easier taken than any other rules we have in the Constitution. I mean, think about some of this for a while. What we're trying to do here is simply give the right to folks, and everyone wants to talk about, well, I'm much more comfortable with people open carrying. Like so many things that are said on this floor, I don't believe anybody. If you are packing a gun on your hip and you're walking around, you're making people nervous. And if you're someone bigger and stronger and you decide you want that gun, you will take it. You're putting yourself at risk in open carrying if you're not physically big enough to protect that gun. If you're concealed carrying, they don't know it. Now, we went over the issue of training. We've got a method for folks to be trained. To say we need millions of dollars from the state of Nebraska to pay to have folks trained because they're so irresponsible that they won't do any training on their own.
1 minute.
And then still want to carry, I think isn't being accurate or true with people that want to have constitutional carry. And we're not saying everyone should carry. What we're saying is there are those out there who would like to, and we are going to charge them to have a right that is given in our Constitution. I don't care how you look at it. That's wrong. We will continue this filibuster. And for those watching on TV, you're getting to see why the rules of this legislature are broken and why the 33 is a high mark that's almost impossible to meet. Any small group of people can kill anything good in this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Morfeld, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity. You still will have an opportunity to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to thank Senator Brewer for pointing out that one inconsistency there. I did confirm with the Police Officers Association and that they did rush to get this out after the amendment got out. So I think there is some good discussion to be had, particularly with that section. And clearly the bill does include consuming alcohol, a prohibition on consuming alcohol or having narcotics like fentanyl in there. But the other parts of the letter, I'm going to review once I get off the mic here, do seem correct and accurate. Unfortunately, things move fairly quickly on the floor, and I think myself and a lot of other people were surprised that that amendment failed. So in any case, I want to go back and talk a little bit about local control and why it's so important to have local control. And for those that did not, were not elected and were not here in 2017 when we talked about LB 68 and had that discussion, that bill also failed. And really it failed because we decided as a body at that time that it was important to maintain local control. And it was important to maintain local control to keep our communities safe. And so I just want to read from, I think this is the unicameral update. my senior legislative aide printed this off for me. But this is, I think, from the unicameral update, and it's a brief summary of LB 68. And I think it's important to bring that back because there are consequences in terms of local control if LB 773 becomes law. So the title is Uniform Enforcement of Firearms Regulations Discussed. A bill discussed by lawmakers on April 4th would override individual city and local ordinances, making firearm regulations consistent statewide. LB 68, introduced by Lincoln Senator Mike Hilgers, would authorize the state to regulate the registration, possession, transportation, transfer, and storage of firearms and ammunition. Cities and villages would retain the authority to enforce prohibitions on firearm discharge. Hilgers said the lack of statewide policy allows for a patchwork of local ordinances regarding firearm possession, creating the possibility that a responsible firearm owner could unknowingly violate city ordinances while traveling to different areas of the state. LB 68 would remove a heavy burden placed on Nebraska citizens and their right to bear arms, he said. This is Senator Hilgers. At the same time, this will leave cities with tremendous ability to continue to fight and regulate gun violence. A pending Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee amendment would allow a city of a metropolitan class to prohibit handgun possession in public places. Exception to the prohibition would include safe transport in a vehicle, possession for instructional purposes, and possession by concealed carry permit holders and military members. Omaha is currently the only metropolitan class city in Nebraska. It left Lincoln out. That's my commentary. Committee Chairperson Senator John Moranti said that the amendment is a result of months of negotiations with Omaha police to address concerns about the ability of law enforcement to effectively fight gun violence in the city. The amendment would also prohibit the open transportation of handguns and long guns within the large metropolitan class cities. It would require that firearms be unloaded and contained in an enclosed case or unloaded and broke down. There would be exceptions for firearm transport by law enforcement, concealed carry permit holders, military members, and other lawful activity that does not endanger public safety and has received proper legal approval. Finally, the amendment would require that all firearms transported within a vehicle be unloaded, locked up, either in a trunk or a container.
1 minute.
Or in the glove compartment of or console. Concealed carry permit holders and military members would be excluded from this requirement. Gordon Senator Tom Brewer supported the bill. His work teaching marksmanship to youth throughout the state has shown that proper gun ownership can teach valuable life lessons, he said. Brewer said it was difficult for law-abiding gun owners to travel throughout the state to know all the potential local ordinances that they may unintentionally be violating. I think that actually brings up a good point with this legislation. I'll digress from the article. I'll read the rest of it because I know all of you want to hear it a little bit later. But this will also create a situation where law-abiding gun owners likely will unintentionally violate the law, particularly those that are concealed carrying, and they will not know the special laws that are in place for them to follow. And so I actually think this tracks with Senator Brewer's, I actually think my position on this tracks with some of Senator Brewer's concerns on LB 68 from many years ago. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morfeld. Senator Hilkeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the first time that I've talked about 773. In general, I have to say I don't like gun bills. Haven't liked them all the 8 years I've been here. People hold such deeply held beliefs on either side. There's no middle ground when it comes to gun bills. I can say that I have never owned a gun, and I hope that I never feel like I have to own a gun. But I certainly, if people want to have guns, I support your right to carry that gun. When this bill came up, I contacted Chief Schmatter from the Omaha Police Department, and he said, we're neutral on this bill provided the amendment is in place. Now the amendment is not in place. We're being told that maybe the amendment could be added on final reading if we were to get a cloture vote at this point. Since my vote for the cloture and the pull motions, I'm going to share two conversations that I had. One was about 3 weeks ago for breakfast. On a Saturday morning, I met with my quarterback that I coached 50 years ago in Table Rock, Nebraska. I had not seen this gentleman since 1972. From Table Rock, he went into the military police, and he served 30 years in law enforcement after the military in Atlanta, Georgia, and surrounding counties, becoming a detective for it. And I suggested to him at the end of our conversation, I said, you know, we've got this gun legislation that I'm supporting, that I voted for. I said, what do you think about this? And he said, why do people need these guns? He said, I was always concerned that someone around the corner might have a gun aimed at me. He said, I'm very fortunate. He said, after 30 years, I was given a special revolver by the Atlanta Police Department. And he said, it's locked up in a safe in my house. He said, there's no need for us to be carrying guns. Saturday, I met with an individual that I've done business with occasionally over the years, and we bumped into one another. Big gun advocate, own guns, hunter. And he actually had sent me, after I voted for that, he sent me a thank you note. I hadn't heard from him in some time, thanking me for voting to advance 773. And I said to him, is it really critical if we move this bill forward? I said, if we don't get the amendment, I don't think I can vote for it. He said, that's all right if you don't. He said, I'm glad I can carry. He said, I'll get a permit. People can take the class. I liked both of those conversations.
1 minute.
We're not saying that they can't, if we don't pass this bill, that they can't carry, but they have a requirement they need to carry. So with the opposition that we now have from the Omaha Police Department, based on those conversations, and I think I have always supported our law enforcement people. I'm going to support them today again. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President. I will surrender the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I just want to go through sort of procedurally. I heard Senator Hilkeman mention that there could be an amendment put on a final, pulling it back to select. And where we're at in the session, that's just not possible. If we were to move this forward today to final, it would have to lay over a day. So we wouldn't get to it until Wednesday. Then we pull it back to select, and then we move it forward to final again. It has to have a layover day, and that doesn't exist at that point. So that's, we had the amendment that the police were in favor of. It didn't pass, didn't get adopted. There's not another bite at this apple after today. So I just wanted to state that for the record and yield the remainder of my time to Senator Moorfeld.
Senator Moorfeld, 410.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Cavanaugh going through kind of procedurally how right now any amendment on final reading would be impossible to get to given the timeline and some of our layover. That being said, I also appreciate Senator Hilkeman standing with both local law enforcement in his community and law enforcement in my community as well, and with the police chiefs across the state. I want to talk a little bit about some polling data with permitless carry. So the first statistic that I want to bring up here is a pretty significant poll across the country. So voters random sample size, scientific poll. 88% of Americans think you should have a permit before carrying a concealed gun in public. That's pretty compelling. Over 80% of gun owners, non-gun owners, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents agree that high safety standards are critical in issuing concealed carry permits. That's also fairly compelling as well. Concealed carrying, and I'm just reading from this interesting article here in research. Concealed carry permitting systems enjoy overwhelming support nationally. 88% of Americans think you should get a permit before carrying a concealed handgun in public. In fact, over 80% of gun owners, non-gun owners, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents agree that high safety standards are critical in issuing concealed carry permits. This is one quote from a NRA certified firearm instructor in Tennessee. Quote, live fire training is critical to making sure that people who carry guns in our state know how to load and fire a weapon properly and safety. When someone wants to get a license to drive a car, they have to prove they can operate a vehicle safely. It would be ludicrous to give someone a driver's license only after watching an online video. A handgun carry permit should be no different, end of quote. And reading from this here, this is just kind of a national overview. Concealed carrying permits typically require training to carry firearms, and how to be responsible in public. Permitless carry laws, also called constitutional carry laws, strip away this critical training component. Most states currently require firearm safety course before a person can get a permit to carry a concealed handgun, including 25 states in Washington and DC as well. Not a state, much to their consternation, that require training that involves the live firing of a gun. This training ensures that permit holders are aware and responsible practices handling and carrying guns in public. I'll look into this. I don't know if it's actually required to have live fire training for our training process, but I do know that when I did my 8-hour training course that we did do live fire.
1 minute.
But I'll look into that and get back to all of you. Law enforcement experts, firearm trainers, and military personnel overwhelmingly agree that people who carry concealed weapons in public should take firearm training, including live fire training. In self-defense experiment involving a firearm simulator, participants with lower levels of firearm training and experience performed worse than those with higher levels of training. Many accidentally shot innocent bystanders or unarmed people. Permitless carry laws let people who have never carried a gun carry one concealed and loaded in public. Moving on, concealed carry permitting systems ensure that only responsible gun owners can carry concealed handguns in public. Permitless carry bills remove these safeguards and allow carry by potentially irresponsible or dangerous people, such as violent criminals and weapons offenders. In many states, people convicted of certain violent crimes and weapon offenses are disqualified from getting a concealed carry permit. But under permitless carry, these convicted criminals would be legally allowed to carry hidden guns on city streets. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morfeld. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Morfeld.
Senator Morfeld, 455.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Probably lose my voice by the end of this with this cold. And my wife keeps texting me to pay the bills. So get to that after this. Permitless carry legislation is a part. Oh, no, we already discussed that. Here we go. Emerging data shows that states have passed permitless carry legislation are experiencing a substantial increase in gun violence. And I think this data is particularly important. And we talked about it the first round of debate as well. Laws that weaken states' firearm permitting system have been a precursor to permitless carry legislation. And a substantial body of research shows that these laws have led to a rise in gun violence and violent crime more broadly. And this tracks with the concerns of our law enforcement in both OPOA, OPD, LPU, and then also LPD. States that have weakened their firearm permitting systems have experienced 11% increase in handgun homicide rates and a 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. Conversely, states that provided law enforcement discretion to issue carry permits saw 11% lower homicide rates, compared to states that did not have that discretion. And here's some more statistics from some of these different studies. 11%. States that have weakened, oh, we just said that, 11%, 13, 15%. So states that have weakened their firearm permitting system have experienced an 11% increase in handgun homicide rates. And I'll just repeat these numbers again because I think they're important. States that have weakened their firearm permitting system have experienced 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. Again, tracking with our law enforcement's concerns. Once many states have recently passed permitless carry legislation, research is limited to the impact of these newer laws. But early signs are not good. States that have enacted permitless carry legislation are seeing increased violent gun crimes. States such as Alaska and Arizona have experienced an increase in the rate of aggravated assaults with a gun since the enactment of permitless carry legislation. This has resulted in hundreds more gun-related aggravated assaults in these states in 2017 to 2018, which is the latest years that is available for, excuse me, the latest years for which data is available compared to years prior to enactment. So the conclusion on this is that permitless carry legislation strips states of essential permitting and training standards for carrying concealed guns in public. It is a part of the gun lobby's broader agenda to weaken critical safety gun laws, allowing more guns everywhere, which in turn has led to an increase in gun violence. The majority of Americans support concealed carry permitting systems that provide firearms safety training to ensure that only responsible gun owners can carry concealed guns in public. And going back to the training real quick, I have the rules and regulations here somewhere. Here it is. It's actually Title 272, Nebraska Administrative Code, Chapter 21. It's from the Nebraska State Patrol, and it talks about concealed handgun permits. I was going to have this prepared for my next time, but because of Senator Hansen's generous yielding of time to me, I didn't have it ready, so just give me a second here. He's smirking over there. Okay. Yeah.
1 minute.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so in the administrative code, they do have the fees for permits. So I wanted to go back to that really quick. So if you look at page 9 of the Nebraska Administrative Code, Title 272, the permit for issuance are as follows. The permit's actually $100, and then the permit renewal is $50. I don't have my wallet with me, but I'm pretty sure it's a 5-year expiration timeline. So at the end of 5 years, you have to renew that for $50. I believe that you can do it online, so it's not too burdensome in that sense. That being said, sometimes people forget, and I believe we passed a law recently for that to at least provide notification or some type of grace period. But as I said earlier, I'm in full support of actually eliminating the fees for these because I do think it can be a barrier to some folks. And I hope that somebody brings that legislation next year. But I also hope that the
Time,
legislature.
Senator.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morfeld. Senator Day, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to LB 773. It took me a little bit of time to get to that position. I did vote yes on this on general file, partially because I was under the impression that an overwhelming majority of my constituency supported this. So I was a tentative yes on cloture on general file, and I decided to do some research in between general and select into what the people in my district were really looking for. I started with some national research from the Pew Research Center, and I often go to Pew for research. They are a nonpartisan fact tank that informs the public about the issues, attitudes, and trends shaping the world. They conduct public opinion polling, demographic research, content analysis, and other data-driven social science research. We do not take policy positions. I feel like they're one of the most unbiased research centers that you can find, so I often go to them. And the national research that I found was really telling to me and overwhelmingly opposed to eliminating any kind of training when it comes to concealed carry. They had a poll from April 21 that asked if you would be in favor of less strict gun laws than they currently were or currently are they about right, or should they be more strict? Overall, 14% of Americans, only 14% of Americans support making gun laws less strict than they were in April of 21. And then when you divide it by party, only 27% of Republicans support making gun laws less strict. That was a really surprising number. I searched for Nebraska specific data and I couldn't find anything specific on Nebraska, so I decided to do my own little research. I posted a Twitter poll, which knowingly that got taken over by people from outside the district and outside the state. I had people from North Carolina, Arizona, Kansas, Washington sharing it and asking people to vote. But also within that Twitter post and also on Facebook and Instagram, all of my social media, I asked people to send in emails with their names and addresses and their position on this bill. So we got a ton of emails, and my staff has done an incredible job of going back through all of the emails, even through the ones from the beginning of the session, the emails that we solicited from people around that time frame, and then all the way up through today, we've been getting emails about this bill. And from the constituents whose addresses we could verify, when we would get an email with a position and they didn't give us an address, we would email them back and ask for an address. And there was even a few times where I emailed people back and I was like, if you feel this way and you feel strongly about this, you need to know that your friends need to keep emailing and letting me know how they feel about it. If you know anyone that lives in the area, please have them email me. I was trying to get the most accurate picture of what my constituency thinks of this specific bill. And so I was really surprised to find that through all of the emails that we have received for LB 773, 69% of the emails that I received from addresses that could be verified, we cross-checked them with the voter database from my district, were opposed to LB 773.
1 minute.
31% were in support. That surprised me, and it also provides me with a lot of direction in terms of how I should be voting on this bill. I think sometimes this bill, I feel like, is a lot like the abortion bill, where these things are proposed to us as, well, this is what people want. This is what voters want. But when you actually get down and you start looking at data and talking to people, they don't want this. Whether they're Republicans, Democrats, they're not looking for policy like this. I wanted to read an email. My wife and I are constituents. We are both military veterans, legal owners of firearms, and both trained in how to use them. We oppose LB 773. It's just not a good idea. Not only is it terrifying to think that every person you pass on the street might be carrying a concealed firearm with no licensing, training, or background verification of any kind, but I also think about other consequences, such as the implications for law enforcement. Passing the bill would force another dangerous consideration onto the lives of police officers, as they would have to.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is really lazy to represent to viewers and to voters and people in Nebraska watching that if you are against LB 773, you are against the Second Amendment. Or to say things like, Senator so-and-so wants to get rid of the Second Amendment, especially knowing how that incites people who don't have the context, who don't have the full information, who take that and run with it and use it to excuse violence. People who are saying this on the mic know that that is going to be the outcome of what they're saying, that it's going to incite something. But the laziness behind it is what bothers me the most. It is also incredibly condescending to your constituents to think that the only thing that they can understand is either you're for the Second Amendment or you want to burn it to the ground and get rid of it. It's so disrespectful to constituents to think that those are the only two binaries that they can understand. We do not live in a black and white world, colleagues. Everything is not so simple, Nebraskans, and Nebraskans get that. It's insulting to their intelligence to misrepresent people's positions on this bill. If this bill had gone through the committee process, if it hadn't been pulled to the floor through a procedural motion bypassing the committee process, we could have had a committee amendment that improved the bill. And for the introducer to say, oh, well, there was no way this bill was coming out of committee. I disagree. I think you can bring a better bill, you can change the bill, or you can go, you know what, this isn't going to be my year for this kind of thing. You know, I've several times I've brought a bill to allow people to use a gender neutral sex marker on their license in Nebraska, and that goes through Transportation Committee. This is a policy that's already in place at the federal level. You can get on your passport in the United States, you can have it say M for male, F for female, or X if you would decline to answer. And I wanted Nebraska's licenses to have the same thing for ID and for driving and everything, to have the option to have an X. That bill goes through Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. Do you guys think that bill gets voted out from all the equality-minded, LGBTQ, gender expansive loving folks on that committee? No, there's no scenario on earth where a bill like that is going to come out of that committee. I don't then file a poll motion and say, well, what was I supposed to do? This is the only way for me to get the bill out because no one on the committee liked it. Read the room. Take the note. If no one on the committee likes it, that's the process we have here. And that's democracy. That's the way our institution works. You don't bully it out of committee. And then when your bill's losing on the floor, you don't scream and yell and run around. Especially when we're talking about violence. We're talking about a bill that will make it easier for violent people to attack the people that they're already targeting. That is a serious, solemn issue to me and to the Nebraskans who have reached out to me in opposition to this bill. There is this sick mindset that we must always be aware. We must always be watching our backs. We must be ready at any time to be attacked. And if we get
1 minute.
attacked, it's our fault because we weren't ready. And when you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. You know, this whole mindset that I think is very, very toxic in our culture. Let people live. Let people rest. Let people enjoy things. Let people move through the world pursuing, life, liberty, and happiness without needing to carry a gun for their protection, for their safety. We have gotten to a place in this country, and it is for political reasons. It is not for practical reasons, where there is this dichotomy between people who think they have to have a gun to be safe, and then people who are exhausted from the hypervigilance and stress of living in a culture that asks us to live this way. Hypervigilance is not freedom.
It's time.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I haven't spoken on this bill yet today, but I have a few comments to make about my own personal poll. I've been watching my email very closely. The majority of those emails I get are in support, and the majority of those are from Omaha people asking me not to vote for 2106, but to vote for 773. They don't want to be singled out. They want to be treated like the rest of the Nebraska people are treated. One state, one law. So we will vote here in a moment, a few minutes, and it'll be very similar probably to what happened last week with the abortion bill. So we had 31 vote in favor of the abortion bill. That is 67.4%. The minority was 32.6, and they win. 32.6 wins. That's less than 1/3. Every email that I get, I try to review those. I have seen maybe 2 or 3 that are opposed to 773. That's my district, your district, all districts. Most of the support that I've been receiving recently are from the eastern part of the state. But we're going to stand up here and say, this is a bill that will incite riots, and policemen will be unsafe if we pass this. Well, here is a news flash for you people that agree with that statement. The criminals do not get a permit to carry a handgun. They don't. So whether you have open carry, constitutional carry, conceal and carry is not going to make any difference to the criminals. So for the police to stand up and say, we're going to be more in danger if you pass this, is hogwash. It's not true. If we were in a state with a bicameral, we would have passed this in about 15 minutes because that's what the majority of the people want. And you can read all these national statistics that say 80% of the people are concerned about having a permit with training or whatever you say. Because see, on the floor of the legislature, you can say whatever you want. But the fact is, in my emails, it is an overwhelming majority want us to vote and pass 773. There is probably 2 other things that even come close in my emails to be equal to this. Convention of States has got to be number 1. I've never received more emails over one issue since I've been here than Convention of States. I have received a lot of emails on the consumption tax. This bill here is either second or third. That is a significant amount of effort that people are putting forward, asking us to give them their constitutional right to carry a weapon. And Senator Hunt says we need to be aware, we should be aware of ourselves at all time. Ask Senator Lowe's wife about that. Ask Senator Lowe's wife. We should be aware of our surrounding. So we're going to vote here, and people will say, well, we'll get people on record how they voted, whether they want whether they stand for the Second Amendment or not. The rhetoric here continues, not because they support the Second Amendment, it's because they have other issues that they want to deal with. So put those aside. And I think Senator Hughes said it best 6 years ago. When I arrived, he told me, he said, seldom, if ever, does floor debate ever change anybody's mind. Remember that.
That's time, Senator.
Seldom, if ever. Did you say time?
That's time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Senator McCollister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is the first time I've spoken on this bill. And unfortunately, I'm sadly opposed. Why sadly? Because this is a bill that's very, very important to Senator Brewer. I know that. And because I have such admiration for Senator Brewer. He's one of the most amazing Americans I have ever met. And for that reason, I'm sad that I'm opposed to this bill. Why am I opposed? Well, I think that the current regulations, the fees and the training are not unduly restrictive. And I think I would be very in favor of modifying the fees, reducing the fees, or even going to an online course. But I think what we have is not an undue burden for people to do it. And I recognize gun safety is probably enhanced by virtue of the current regulations we have. It also makes me sad because Senator Brewer was such a proponent for my LB 709 that was heard last Friday. and failed to advance. So I have the greatest admiration for Senator Brewers and what he's done in his life, but I have to sadly oppose the bill. With that, Mr. President, I yield the balance of my time to Senator Moorfield.
Thanks to McAllister. Senator Morfeld, 3 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it looks like we're coming up on the vote here pretty soon. I think Senator Brewer's next, and then there'll likely be a cloture motion. That being said, I just want to reiterate a few different things. One, when it comes to issues like gun violence in particular, I think that our police officers, both in our leadership and in our police unions, are uniquely positioned to have experience to speak to that. And so while I respect Senator Erdman, I think that him saying that police officers don't know what they're talking about, essentially, kind of rings hollow. And so when it comes to gun violence and enforcing the gun laws, I trust the law enforcement's opinion on those issues, and particularly on this issue in particular. And quite frankly, it's pretty unified opposition. The second thing that we really need to remember is that gun training is incredibly important to ensuring that when people have to make split-second decisions, that they have the necessary and proper training in how to handle a firearm, but then also what their rights are and what their rights are not. And this training goes over principles of self-defense. When you have the ability to use deadly force and when you don't have the right to use deadly force, which can not only mean a life and death decision for the other individual on the end of that barrel, but it also could be a life and death decision for that individual as well, pulling the trigger. And that's a serious responsibility. And it's one that should require training, and it's one that should require knowledge. The other thing that I think is important to remember is that nobody who is a lawful gun owner will be denied the ability to conceal carry as long as they go through the training and they have the background check. Nobody's rights are being denied here. Simply because you have a constitutional right does not mean that there cannot be responsible and reasonable rules and regulations that follow it. We have the same requirements for all kinds of other constitutional rights. Rights are not unlimited.
1 minute.
If there's a compelling state interest, which there is when it comes to the use of deadly force and deadly weapons, when there's a compelling state interest, the state may have reasonable rules and regulations attached to exercising those constitutional rights. Justice Scalia has noted that, and many other Supreme Court decisions have said that these laws are constitutional and that the state may, when there's a compelling state interest, enact reasonable rules and regulations. So colleagues, it is important to maintain our training requirements, and it is important to maintain our background checks, and it's important to maintain the status quo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Morfeld. Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will use this as a close because I believe we have come to an end. A few things that we will once more try and stress is that this bill does not require anyone to be a concealed carry person. This is just simply taking that right that is in the Constitution and allowing you to exercise it. To say I'm frustrated is an understatement. There are certain people in this body I trusted for a number of reasons. I have made a mistake in so trusting some of them. There's an old native tradition called taking coup with your enemies. I believe before this day is over, I will have some to add to that list, and I will know who to trust and what not to trust. And for the 2+ years we got left, we will have a different relationship. I've given 6 years of my life and my priority bill on this, and you better believe that I will have a long and clear memory. So you guys hide behind those things you think are going to protect you, because that's the reason you're going to vote against something that you never wanted to vote for in the first place. The words that Senator Erdman commented over there with, I think, are about as accurate as we can be. The people that watch today can take a quick tally on who all spoke today and previous times and figure out who's where. If it's true that 27% of Republicans are all that support this kind of legislation, it is ironic that we are almost 100% here. Nebraska does have a convoluted system, and I am disappointed in our government. We'll see how this comes out today, but rest assured, I will be back. The idea that you can get something out of committee if the chairman doesn't want you to get it out is ludicrous. The only way you can have a bill go before this body is by a poll motion. So I would ask your support on LB 773. This, again, is simply a matter of allowing folks to exercise the rights that they're given in the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President. No.
Mr. Clerk, you have a motion at the desk?
I do, Mr. President. Senator Brewer would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It's ruling the chair that there has been a full and fair debate afforded to LB 773. Senator Brewer, for what purpose you rise?
I'd like to have a call of the House and roll call in reverse order, please.
Been requested to place the House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
38 ayes, 2 nays to place the House under call, Mr. President.
House under call. All members, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The question before the body is whether or not to invoke cloture. A roll call vote in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, not voting. Senator Vargas, Senator Stinner, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Panzine Brooks, Senator Pauls, Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Moser, voting yes. Senator Moorfield, voting no. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, not voting. Senator McAllister, not voting. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lindstrom, voting yes. Senator Lathrop, voting no. Senator Coulterman, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hickelman, not voting. Senator Hilgers, voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen, voting no. Senator Ben Hansen, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Gregert, voting yes. Senator Geist, not voting. Senator Friesen, voting yes. Senator Flood, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Breesy, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Blood, not voting. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. 31 ayes. 9 ayes on the motion to revoke cloture, Mr. President.
Motion fails. I raise the call. Items to the record, please.
Yeah, I have one item, Mr. President, and that is a resolution by Senator Friesen, and that will be laid over at this time. That's all that I have, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
President.
Clerk. Moving on to the agenda, select file 2022 committee priority bills. That'll be 876. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 876 was considered last week. Enrollment and review amendments were adopted. There were amendments from Senator Breese adopted. At this time, I have nothing further pending on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 876 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 876 advances. LB 792.
$792, Mr. President. I have ENRs, first of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 792.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Lowe would move to amend with AM 2700.
Senator Lowe, you recognize to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. AM 2700 is a very simple amendment. It simply adds the language Board of Regents on line 6. This change was recommended by the Fiscal Office to ensure the language in this bill matches the language in other bills that appropriate funds to the university system. Please vote yes on AM 2700.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Lowe would move to amend his amendment with floor amendment 206.
Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Floor Amendment 206 lowers the appropriation request for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 down to $500,000. This amendment is supported by the university system, so please vote yes on Floor Amendment 206.
Thanks, Senator Lowe. Debate is now open on LB 792 and the pending amendments. I see no one wishing to speak. Senator Lowe, you recognize to close on FA 206. He waives closing. Question will advise the adoption of FA 206. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
41 ayes, no nays on adoption of floor amendment 206.
FA 206 has been adopted. Debate now on AM 2700 is amended. I see no one. Senator Lowe, waives closing. Question will advise you adopt AM 2700. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record.
40 ayes, no nays on adoption of the AM 2700.
AM 2700 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 792 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say, excuse me, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 792 advances. Proceeding to LB 843.
Mr. President, with respect to 843, I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 843.
The motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator Flood, AM 2713.
Senator Flood, recognized to open on your amendment.
Mr. President, I'd ask for unanimous consent to sub in AM 2816.
Senator, that's not necessary. just withdraw 2713 because you're next in the queue.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Flood would move to amend with 2816.
Senator Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to start off by thanking Senator Brewer for his work on this issue and state that I'm in support of LB 843 and Committee Amendment 2075, which was adopted on general file. My amendment to the committee amendment, AM 2816, includes a new section adding software systems to the definition of voting system. This amendment is intended to update and modernize statutory language within the Election Act, Chapter 32 of the Nebraska Revised Statutes. It's a simple change consistent with the existing language in Section 32-119.01 and the Election Act. I ask for your green vote on AM 2816.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Any discussion on the amendment? Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Flood, will you yield to a question?
Senator Flood, would you yield, please?
Yes, I will.
Did the Secretary of State agree to these changes incorporated in 2816?
I believe he has.
Thank you, Senator Flood. That's all.
Thank you, Senators. I see no further discussion on the amendment. Senator Flood, recognized to close. He waives closing. Question by the body, the adoption of AM 2816. Those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Flood's amendment.
AM 2816 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr.
Senator
President.
McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 843 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 843 advances. LB 686.
686. No ENRs. Senator Matt Hansen had pending 2296. I understand you want to withdraw, Senator. I have nothing on that bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 686 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 686 advances. Moving on the agenda, select file 2022 Senator Priority Bills, LB 598.
Mr. President, with respect to 598, I have ENR amendments. First of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 598.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Wishart, AM 2293.
Senator Wishart, recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2293 would amend portions of LB 1163, which is a bill that I brought and advanced out of the Appropriations Committee unanimously. It seeks to change the BIA's annual, actually, I don't know if it was unanimous, but it was generally supported. It seeks to change the BIA's annual program cap from $4 million per year to $6 million per year for the following subsections: Phase 1 and 2 planning grants subject to the federal grant program, R&D product prototyping at a business in the state or a public or private college or university, the innovation fund and value-added agricultural program, financial assistance to prototyping a product or process for purpose of commercialization, and financial assistance to businesses using faculty or facilities at a college or university in the state for applied research projects. It also increases the cap for the Small Business Investment Program. The cap is increased from $2 million per year to $3 million. AM 2293 only includes the program cap increases and does not have any fiscal note attached to it. These are dollars that have already been appropriated that cannot be spent unless we pass this amendment. At the hearing for LB 1163, we heard increasing all of the BIA program limits would allow the Department of Economic Development to fully utilize its appropriation of $13.7 million. and fund an additional 50 startups before the end of the fiscal year, which is why I'm seeking to amend this into my priority bill, LB 598. My priority bill being a bill that fosters small businesses in Nebraska. So it is a natural fit. There was no opposition to this. Please, I encourage you to support it. And there will be another amendment from Senator Wayne following after the vote on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wishart. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Wishart recognizes closed. Who waives closing? Question from the body is the adoption of AM 2293. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
44 ayes, no nays on adoption of
AM 2293 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next, Senator Kavanaugh wouldn't like to bracket, but I have a note to withdraw. Senator Wayne would move to amend AM 2817.
Senator Wayne recognized opening amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, AM 2817 is LB 1116, which was heard in revenue. It also amends the Business Innovation Act relating to the Financial Systems Program of creating prototypes. This came out 8-0 out of revenue. There's no fiscal note. There's no fiscal impact on LB 1116. All this does is allow those in economic redevelopment areas to have the same match requirement as businesses who are focusing on rural development. So we're treating basically our impoverished areas, both in rural and in cities, the same. Again, this came out 8-0 out of revenue, and there is no fiscal impact at all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was wondering if Senator Wayne will yield to a question or
Senator
two.
Wayne, would you yield, please?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, I'm trying to get my hands around this. What happens if we don't do this? What are the ramifications of that?
Nothing. It's just this bill came out 8-0. We asked for consent calendar. It didn't come out. It didn't go on consent calendar. This is just a way for businesses who are talking about starting companies for the prototype grant to be treated equally as no different than rural Nebraska. So we're just trying to treat them fairly.
So you're saying there's a difference now?
Yes. So if you're doing an agricultural business for a prototype grant, you only have to have 25% match. And if you're in our hardest hit areas within the city limits, and that's North Fork everywhere, you have to have a 100% match. So we're trying to treat them the same.
So are you indicating that rural might have an advantage in this case?
Yes, and I've always said what's good for rural is good for North and South Omaha. I think you guys have a lot of great ideas.
Okay, thank you. I think in this budget and what we've done has been very, very generous to North Omaha and Omaha in general. Yeah, I can't think of another time that I've been here that we have made a contribution to that segment of our state like we have this time. So I don't know, maybe we should have a little advantage to the rural people once. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm not sure about AM 2817. I'll have to give it some thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you. Guess what? I'm on the last three, everybody. So Nebraskans, on the last day, we get to talk about positive experiences as seniors in the legislature. We don't have all the time in the world on the last day. So right now, I want to talk about some of the valuable friendships and the wonderful parts about this body. So first, I'd like to talk about Senator Bostar. I haven't gotten to him yet. Senator Bostar is focused and dedicated, and he's hardworking. He's very consistent on his actions and what he does, and he really has a strong mind, and and a quiet ability to lead and to work across the aisle. So I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Bostar. Senator, let's see, Senator Vargas. Are you here? Yep. Senator Vargas is a strong leader, an incredible advocate for his community. He's been a teacher at OPS. He's been an educator, a father, and a friend to all of us. Tony's path is remarkable from the Presidential Leadership Scholar in 2018 to AmeriCorps alum and JCI, the 10 Outstanding Young Americans. He's truly an amazing leader. I hope we'll be lifelong friends and hope to get to work together in the future. And he has beautiful wife, Lauren, whom I adore, and also precious Luca and Ava. So it truly has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Vargas. And finally, not last and certainly not least, darling Senator Wishart, bright, capable, brilliant, great at working across the aisle, cares about women and families and people on the margins. She's a wonderful member of the Appropriations Committee. It has made her engaged and an expert on financial issues and what's going on with the money in our state. She really is an amazing woman and with an incredible mind for money and numbers. So I also really have appreciated getting to know her husband, Joe. He's been wonderful at giving us perspectives on police and other matters from his previous position. And he's an incredible person as well. And Senator Wishart, I'm grateful to call you my friend, and it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you, Senator Wishart. And thank you to all of you for indulging me on this little adventure to point out to the people of Nebraska the value of each person in this body, the value of our one house legislature, our unicameral, and really everyone works hard to give back in different ways, and we should always value those strengths in each of us. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thanks, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to thank Senator Wishart for bringing this bill because I think it's probably one of the few or one of the only bills that really addresses helping small businesses from the pandemic. Even though we spent billions of dollars this year, this is one of the few bills that actually targets businesses that what we'd call small business owners. I mean, I could have shrunk it smaller yet, but being a small business under 500 employees is still pretty good size. But there are a lot of small businesses across rural Nebraska that either closed down completely and will never return, or were severely damaged by the coronavirus and the shutdowns, or we did have limited opportunities for people to go to restaurants, and they really did, in some cases, get hurt the worst of any of the businesses out there. Otherwise, you know, in rural Nebraska, we did keep going pretty well, but I know our restaurant business received a lot of damage over that time period, and a lot of other small businesses did too. And so I will say, with all of the billions of dollars we're spending this year, this is probably one of the bills who I think it's headed in the right direction to the right people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Friesen. Any further discussion? I see none. Senator Wayne recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is just for economic redevelopment areas. It does allow for a 25% match instead of the current 50% match that currently agribusiness already has. So we're just trying to treat, I think, our economically distressed areas the same. With that, I'll ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. As you've heard the debate on AM 2817, the question is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Withdraw vote or care to? Record, please.
42 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
AM 2817 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 598 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 598 has been advanced. Proceeding to LB 927.
Senator, I have ENR amendments first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 927.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments have been adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Matt Hansen, floor amendment 173, a note to withdraw, Senator. Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Linehan will move to amend 2778.
Senator Linehan, recognized to open your amendment.
Thank you. This is a simple amendment. In the original bill, if you'll recall, this was to extend how much money turnback tax both Ralston and Omaha could use for the convention centers. In an amendment that we looked at on general file, we increased the distance from 600 to 1,200 yards, which I said at the time we would have to look at it because I didn't know what would do to the fiscal note. And it did create a fiscal note. So if you look at your green sheet on the last page under revenues, and this is going to be a theme here the next three bills, we had a fiscal note of 2.9 million in 22-23, 3.1 million in 23-24, and 3.25 million in 24-25. So as the green sheet reads, we're now in the hole. In other words, we have spent more money than we have. The first thing that was up on this is Senator Lowe, a couple bills ago, gave up some money to try and bring this in balance. And this is, since this wasn't in the original bill, and since it puts us in the hole, I'm putting it back to 600 yards from the 12, asking you to put it back to $600 so we can balance our books. And I have no problem looking at 1,200 yards next year, but it needs to go through the regular process. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator McKinney. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as you may recall from general file, Senator Pauls asked me to take this bill on his behalf, given his absence here in this legislative body, and he does not agree with this amendment. I do not agree with this amendment. I respectfully disagree with the revenue chair and would offer some solutions. Just a correction, this doesn't have anything to do with Ralston. This has to do with the Omaha, what is known as the CHI Center, and the Pinnacle Bank Arena. It changes the recapture area for the hotel-only state sales tax capture area from 600 to 1,200 feet. And it essentially would pick up a couple more hotels in Omaha. There's been some development at 16th and Cumming. There's also been some development in Lincoln, specifically a hotel you may be familiar with, the Kindler Hotel, and it would reach to the Cornhusker Hotel. The overriding principle with this amendment and this, well, I shouldn't say this amendment, with Senator Terrell McKinney's amendment that was adopted on general file, was to make it possible to put more money into this sales tax turnback fund used by the cities to help fund parking lot improvements, specifically at the CHI Center, building improvements at the CHI Center, and also continued tax turnback money for the Pinnacle Bank Arena. These two facilities play an outsized role in our region and our state's entertainment opportunities. Recently, Elton John visited the city of Lincoln, drew in thousands from across the state of Nebraska. I saw for myself at the Cornhusker Hotel that the entire place was full, people celebrating the concert, coming in, spending their money, increasing economic development opportunities on a Sunday night. Senator Linehan correctly points out that the green sheet number will be out of balance. Two things I want to say is that there's a revenue forecasting board meeting. I believe it's this Friday. Second is that this is the mid-biennium budget, which we don't have the same rules technically in the mid-biennium budget. And I would suggest that if we are really concerned about this, we could delay the implementation of the 6 to 1,200 foot rule by 1 year. That way we'd have the opportunity to plan for it in our next in our next 2-year biennial budget. I guess that's redundant, our biennial budget coming up next year. At any length, I think we're going to spend some time on talking about this. I do oppose AM 2778 and will work with Senator Linehan off the mic to see if delayed implementation of the 6 to 1200 could work. I was not in the room when this was discussed. This is Senator McKinney's amendment that he put on the bill and put it up there. And I'm simply defending it. Senator Rich Pauls feels very strongly about this, and I agree with him. The sales tax turnback is something we've all discussed at length. The Revenue Committee has given this a lot of time. We have done not only this on the CHI Center, the Ralston Arena, and the Pinnacle Bank Arena, but we've also talked about the Youth Sports Facility Development Act. So I think this is going to be a discussion we'll have. I'll hit my light again. Look forward to visiting with you after I have the opportunity to visit with some of our colleagues off mic.
Thanks, Senator Flood. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will support Senator Linehan and her AM 2778. I do think it's time to pull back the distances. Again, this whole thing we have worked with for numerous years, trying to bring in more revenue for these entertainment centers. And there comes a point sometime when we're going to have to say no. And I know everybody says, well, this puts in more money into the community center development fund that small cities and stuff can get to. And what that does really is, yes, it puts more money into that, but it doesn't 100% fund anything. It's just going to be a property tax increase down the road unless somebody raises the money to build the other half of these community centers, which again, I'm not saying is a bad thing, but there comes a point in time when you keep stretching this distance out into where you're almost a mile in diameter trying to catch every revenue source you can get. And we have these entertainment centers now we helped build them, and now we're going to help remodel them. And as soon as we're done with that, then we'll tear that one down and we'll help build a new one. And I think at some point in time, the city can step back and say enough is enough. The state can step back and say enough is enough. If we want to give them more money, maybe we should dedicate the city sales tax portion that they collect in those areas too, and the city can have some buy-in with these facilities and help support them also. Because as someone who travels from out state to come to these entertainment centers, I see the hotels when they jack up the rates, they double their rates for hotel rooms. We spend lots of money in this town, and now we're asking the state to also turn back the sales tax collected to help these facilities. I think there comes a point in time when you say enough is enough. The distance we have is good enough. We don't have to go out to a mile. Next year, they'll just come and ask for 2 miles. So I support Senator Linehan's amendment and look forward to more discussion on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Friesen. Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate Senator Flood on doing something which the speaker's been trying to do all session, and he's got Chairman Stinner and Chairman Linehan on the same page, I do believe. I didn't give him a heads up, but I know he's paying attention. Would Senator Stinner yield to a question, please?
Senator Stinner, yield, please.
Yes, I will.
So, Senator Stinner, did we meet earlier today and decide that we need to skinny down some things?
Yes, we are trying to bring the $313 million of negative in the out years down to under 100 million.
So we agreed. Thank you, Senator Stinner. So another thing Senator Flood said, it has nothing to do with Ralston. The original bill that came to the committee was only about Ralston. I shouldn't say the original bill, but my bill was about Ralston. And I agreed with Senator Pauls to put my bill, the Ralston bill, into the Omaha bill. Where are the 1,200? So understand, Senator Pauls introduced a bill. And what that bill does is we have agreed, this is passed, I don't want to talk us out of this, that the total amount that they will get in assistance went from, I'm not sure I'm looking at the right thing, from 50 to 100 million. 75 to 150 million. So we have, in this bill, we're agreeing, the city of Omaha is going to get not just 75 million in this turn back tax, but we're taking it up to 100 million. So this is a big win for Omaha. What I was trying to do here, and that bill didn't have a fiscal note because it's off in the years and it's money we're not getting now. What the 600 to 1200 does is causes a fiscal note. So as chairman, when I'm asked by Chairman of Appropriations, you have to skinny down your ask, I went to those, it wasn't in the bill, it wasn't addressed in the hearing, it was an amendment on the floor. So that seemed to me, if I have to, and other people are going to get, Senator Merman's got a bill coming up that's going to have to be cut back, Senator, somebody else's bill, I can't remember who, 3 bills I've had to trim today. Senator Lowe, well, Senator Lowe trimmed his own bill. These are only revenue bills. So I'm asking you to please support AM 2773, am I reading it right? And support LB 927. I do want to get this done to Senator Paul's. This is Senator Paul's priority bill. It is what he introduced, and I do think we should do it. But I don't think we should spend money we don't have. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Senator Linehan. I'm going to support 2778. And I've been sitting here since the vote on 773. As some of you may know, I generally have an amendment in my desk to adjourn sine die, but I don't normally put the date on it. I fill it out, I sign it at the bottom, and then when I think it's appropriate, I put the date on it. Today, I have filled in the date, April 11th. If you look on the board up there, it says April 11th. So I'm trying to decide at what point in the discussion do I drop this motion? Just for the sake of conversation, if you feel brave enough to raise your hand, how many would vote for sine die? Both of us, 3 of us, okay? So we'll decide when that's going to be. I think we've all had enough. I think we've all been here long enough. I think we're all aggravated enough with this session. I never was really enthused about 927 and the turnback tax. It's a form of TIF, and the government will decide the winners and losers as they normally do. So I will vote for 2778. It makes a bad bill somewhat better, but I haven't decided if I'm going to vote for 927 or drop in the motion to sine die. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Flood. Is Senator Flood on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to start with this. This is important to Senator Pauls. This is important to his district. His staff has been communicating with my staff. He can't be here today. He would like this extension. Senator Terrell McKinney filed the amendment on general file, and no, it didn't go through me. And to be honest, I don't think it went through the chair of the Revenue Committee either. You don't see me very often advocating opposite the chair of the committee that I sit on, but I can tell you that when it comes to supporting these event centers, these are very important facilities to Omaha and Lincoln. Yes, Ralston is part of the bill, albeit please know that the Ralston Arena is in its own section of law, as it was created by Senator Lathrop, separate from the Facilities Act that governed both Omaha and Lincoln. I would ask that you vote no on Senator Linehan's amendment. I would be happy to put an amendment in that delayed the implementation of this 1 year. I want to emphasize that when I took over LB 927, a bill that I gave and granted my priority designation to, Senator Pauls was very appreciative of that, and in communication with his office has communicated how very strongly he feels about this being done for the citizens of the 31st Legislative District. Senator Stinner, would you yield to a question?
Senator Stinner, yield, please.
Yes, I will.
Senator Stinner, you and I visited off the mic. I might have misspoke. I think I did misspeak when I said the Economic Forecasting Board was meeting Friday. Have you had an opportunity to understand where our receipts are compared to our projections for the month of March 2022?
Unofficially, yes.
Would you say that generally, without listing any numbers, do our receipts exceed projections by not less than 50 million?
They are much greater than 100 million, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Stinner. Listen, we're in an environment where Senator Terrell McKinney did this. And do you know where some of the money goes? Do you know why Senator McKinney cares about this? He stated it in his amendments on general file. He cares about this because a portion of the sales tax turnback dollars go directly back into programs in North and South Omaha. Senator McKinney, Senator Wayne, and others have been constant supporters of this program. And in the Revenue Committee last year, we made some significant changes to make sure that when the money goes into North Omaha, when the money goes into South Omaha, that it was going into programs that Senator McKinney in District 11 felt very strongly about. What I think is significant here is that we're going to take a vote on whether to go from 600 to 1,200 feet. I'm going to accept whatever the outcome of that vote is. This is not a 33 vote exercise. This is not a filibuster. This isn't even really a roadblock. It's a question. And Senator Pauls feels strongly enough about it. I feel that backing this off from 1,200 to 600 doesn't sync up with what his goals are this session. And let me tell you, this is his #1 bill that he wanted passed. And where he's at right now and how he's engaging, this is the #1 thing he wants. When I took over for him on this bill, I promised him that I would help him, and I will tell you, he feels that strongly. Vote how you feel. This should come out, but I'm telling you, what we're doing here, I believe is reasonable. What Senator McKinney did here is reasonable. I respect those that disagree, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Flood. Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Flood's comments, and candidly, I'm listening to what Senator Friesen said earlier, and I tend to agree with his thoughts, and certainly Senator Linehan that, you know, we spent a lot of money this session. And obviously, when it comes to the ARPA dollars, those are federal dollars that are going to be allocated one time, they're out the door. But when we start looking at allocating dollars and basically taking away some of our sales tax revenues to turn back, I get concerned about how many bites of the apple are we going to do on anything. And so I'm very sympathetic to Senator Linehan, who has that responsibility of chairing the Revenue Committee and making those determinations of what can we afford after all that we've spent thus far. So I would agree that I think that 1,200 feet is too far. Now, if you can work out something that's much less, it gets more within the confines of what we can afford under the current budget numbers, I could be supportive, but otherwise I'm in favor of the base bill, would be opposed to the amendment for the very reasons that Senator Friesen laid out. I would be willing to consider something in between that number that would lower the number, the cost, but I'm gonna have to vote with Senator Linehan and Senator Friesen on this and vote against the amendment and for the base bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Jacobson. Senator Clements.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in favor of the amendment. If you look on the, like Senator Linehan said, the back page of the green sheet, LB 927 now shows $2.95 million of lowered revenue. And the very bottom number shows a negative $21.8 million. We're over our budget, and we need to remedy that. And this would be $2.9 million. I think the original bill was 600 yards. I believe that was the request, would still be in place, and this additional distance could possibly be expanded in the future. But for today, I'd like to be more fiscally responsible and keep it the way it originally was. And would Senator Linehan yield to a question?
Senator Linehan, would you yield, please?
Certainly. Yes.
On the committee statement, LB 818 is mentioned. Is LB 818 still part of this bill?
Yes.
All right, and I see a sentence that says it strikes existing law that requires the state assistance to be paid within 20 years of issuing the first bond for a facility. What's the purpose of that?
Well, we extended it further. So now it's.
Is it unlimited now?
Pardon?
Is it unlimited? Is it more?
How many years? I'm looking at staff. Did we go another 20 years on the extension? I think it's another 20 years.
Is that?
So basically, we have doubled the
Is it
time and the money.
measuring- This was the Ralston bill, is that right? I'm not sure.
818 is, yes.
818.
Yes.
And is the first bond for this facility, are we talking about originally when Ralston was built?
Yes.
To be the start date?
Yes.
And so that 20 years is almost over? Is that getting close?
Close.
All right. So now I understand if that would not be extended, then it would effectively shut off their ability to use these funds.
Right.
All right.
Correct.
And the staff, did they give you a number on what the increase was for a number of years?
Pardon?
Okay, they're saying it's unlimited. All right. Well, I just wanted to clarify
Well,
that.
it's the amount is not unlimited. It's up to a certain dollar amount. But
Yes.
basically what we did is doubled how much they could take.
Yeah, it's
Both Omaha and
$100, $100 million maximum.
Right.
And it's an unlimited period of time, but if they hit the 100 million, then they would be done.
Done.
I see. Thank you, Senator Linehan.
Thank you.
All right, I just wanted to clear that up because it was a question, and I still support AM 2778, which isn't changing anything on the LB 818. I just wanted to clarify that, and I just do hope that we do pass 2778 so we can be fiscally responsible and save $2.9 million that has been added in from the changes in the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Speaker Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of AM 2778. I certainly understand the perspective of Senator Flood, and I appreciate the work he's doing, both articulating on the merits what he believes is the right decision, as well as argue on behalf of Senator Paulus, who couldn't be here today. I understand all that. But just taking a step back, I just want to provide a little bit of the logic of what we try to accomplish. So we have a number of bills, as you know, after the budget passes, any bill that will spend dollars has an A bill. We have to hold it on final reading until the budget passes. So we are in this process now, and if you look in your green sheets, you'll see everything on select file, everything on final reading, and the dollar amount, whether it's a tax cut bill or a spending bill. Now, we have more tax cut and spending bills than we really have dollars to spend on the floor. So there's really kind of two strategies you could approach in this kind of a situation. Either you could say, let's not have anyone trim at all, in which case we'll just see what the body decides and we'll vote no on some, vote them down, or eventually we'll just run out of money and whoever's at the end just might be out of luck. Or we could take this approach where we try to trim in various different places without saying no to any particular bill or any particular person, just on the dollar amount. Of course, the body could always vote no on the merits, and maximize the opportunity for everyone to try to get some wins on the bills. Again, if the body agrees on the merits. Now, I don't really prefer the first option because that creates maybe gamesmanship. It creates tactical decisions that might actually have nothing to do with the merits. And does the bill have to go first if it's to maximize its chance to actually get dollars or not? I didn't want to see that kind of an approach on the floor. And so in conversations with Senator Linehan and Senator Stinner, there were a few different places where we could modify bills to make sure that each one at least could stand or fall on the merits. And so this is one of them, as Senator Linehan mentioned in her opening on this amendment. There are others. We've already had one before this. There are going to be some more. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to vote green on each one of those amendments. And I would urge you to do the same. If this amendment falls and LB 927 passes on select to final, we might be in a position where we're going to have to make some decisions, maybe not based on the merits, but just based on how much money is left. And I would submit to the body that the right way to do it, or maybe not the right way that, or the way that I think the way we are taking, I would encourage the body to go with this amendment and the others, is to say, look, let's avoid gamesmanship on the floor on final reading. Let's have each bill rise or fall on the merits. In this way, maximizing the opportunity for different bills to get to the floor. So, or get to final reading and across the finish line. So I'd urge you to vote green on AM 2778 and pass along 927 to final reading. And each one of these amendments that you're going to get from Senator Linehan and some others, I think the rest of the day, I would urge you to vote green on those as well to maximize the opportunity for these bills to get completed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Linehan, you recognize your third opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. I appreciate that. I do. And so if you'll go back to your green sheets here, I think maybe if I explained it in a bigger picture. So it's the last under select file, ENR, and there are 4 revenue bills. LB 927, which is the one we're talking about right now, LB 984, LB 1150, and LB 1261. So what we have decided in consultation with each other today is on 927, until we put the yard from 600 to 1200, there was no fiscal note. This fiscal note, 2.9 million, 3.1 million, 3.25 million. That was new because of the yards change. So it wasn't in the original bill. So instead of killing the whole bill, which would have been another option that Senator Hildreth just talked about, we're taking that, changing the yard. On the next bill, 984, which we'll get to as soon as we get done with this, there was a $10 million, well, it started out about 8, then I think it went 11, then $10 million bill that was in that was my personal bill, my bill. I took it out so we could afford the other bills. And then there's, on 1150, there's no revenue. And then on 1261, Senator Merman and Senator Dorn, Senator Stinner, and myself worked on that this morning. They're making changes in that to bring that down. So everybody's giving here. And I am not trying to I think I'm being fair. The biggest cost out of this whole package came from my bill. So I'd really appreciate your cooperation on fitting these into the budget. So if I could have your green vote on the amendment on this bill and on the next one and the next one, because that's what we can do with the money we have without killing everybody's stuff. Not very articulate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I listened to Senator Flood's comments, and I just want to make this known to Senator Pauls. We've been praying for Senator Pauls. I'm not sure what his ailment is, but we've been keeping him in our prayers because that's what's important. And Senator Flood said, Senator Pauls feels very strongly about this bill. Just a few minutes ago, we voted on 773. And Senator Brewer felt very strongly about that bill. There are several of us that feel strongly about their bills. But Senator Flood, just because we don't agree doesn't make us bad people. We are not reducing the limit. We're not changing the amount. We're not changing that. We're just changing the distance and when they can collect, where they can collect the taxes from. Senator Linehan hasn't adjusted that. It's the same. It's like it's the end of the world. So what I've done is someone handed me the research on the last time someone put in a sine die motion before the last day. And that happened to be day 57, 2004. And maybe the presiding officer was here that day. Gentleman's name was Senator Friend. And Senator Friend put in a sine die motion. And there were 3 affirmative votes. Senator Friend, Stutzman, and Tyson. And there were 30 nay votes, and one of those had the same last name as I have. And there was another one, his name was Foley. He voted no. Interesting. Interesting to see how that shook out. So it didn't happen then, and I would assume that if I do it today, it won't happen either. But I went back and watched the video, and there were people running around like their hair was on fire. And the speaker was about ready to pull his hair out, and he asked Senator Friend, "Do you know what this does?" And Patrick is smiling. And Senator Friend said, "I know exactly what this does." And he said to Friend, "Do you intend to take it to a vote?" And he said, "I most certainly do intend to take it to a vote." And he had 3. I didn't look up the rest of the session, but I suppose they went to the 60th day and then voted sine die as they normally do. I hadn't talked to Friend or Lieutenant Governor Foley or my son to see what led up to him doing sine die, but it could have been that he feels very similar to the way we all feel here today. There's a point in time when you have come to the end and you say, you know, there's not one bill on this agenda that I really care about. And so whether we go home today or on the 20th makes no difference to me. So I thought that was kind of interesting. If you went back and watched the video, it was kind of funny. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Just want to speak briefly on this. Appreciate Senator Flood's sentiments here, but there has been a suggestion we're doing a disservice to what Senator Pauls would like to accomplish with this. And the amended version of 927 does a lot of things, but I think it's clear that we really are adhering to what Senator Pauls intended to do here. You look at the green copy 927, you look at the statement of intent. Senator Pauls wanted to bring these parking facilities to qualify, and he wanted to increase the total amount from 75 to 150 million. And we're doing both there. We're qualifying these parking facilities. We're taking the total up to 150 million under the Convention Center Financing Assistance Act. And I think trying to bring the hotels within this out to 1,200 yards is just a bite of the apple that goes a bit too far. So I'm going to support AM 2778. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Breezy. Senator Stinner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I just thought I'd weigh in and talk about process, and I think Senator Linehan and Hilders have talked about that process, but
trying to restore, that's my objective, trying to restore structural balance and fiscal integrity. All the time that I've been in this legislature, when we did have money, it's trying to fit those fiscal notes into a predetermined target. And that predetermined target right now is trying to get it to less than 100 million shortfall, which as I roll it forward, then the integrity and structural balance then is reestablished in the next out years. So I feel pretty comfortable with what we're trying to get done here. I will not speak to the merits of any one bill here. We tried to sit down and determine the path forward that we would ask individual senators to modify their fiscal notes. And that has been done very successfully. We will get there. And I do support Senator Linehan's amendment on this particular bill. But we're not trying to cause major league problems. I know people are tied to bills and are passionate about their numbers. But what we're trying to do is predetermined target. Structural balance will be back in place. Certainly as we move this forward. You've got plenty of flexibility within the budget as you move forward as well. So with that, I would ask that you vote for the amendment and certainly for the bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Stinner. Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I'm wondering if Senator Stinner would take a question or two from me.
Senator Stinner, do you yield, please?
Yes, I will.
Senator, I just want to understand this because I've been approached that we can. So the big issue of doing this is that we're going to we'll save more revenue than we give back. Is that what we're saying here? By shortening, by taking this down from 600 to, from 1,200 to 600?
You will eliminate $9 million of lost revenue to the state of Nebraska that will be turned back to the turn back tax. So that $9 million, if you have a predetermined goal to hit, will have to be replaced by other changes in the green sheets.
So the changes, I was looking at that showing the 3,200 or 3 million too. You're saying it'd actually be a $9 million hit.
Yes, and you have to go across the three years because if you just look at this year, we got plenty of money this year, but that would be ignoring what we've done in terms of some of the tax legislation that grows over the period of time. So what I'm focused on, and what I think everybody here should be focused on, is that out year, second year of the out year that shows $313 million deficit. And what we're trying to do is take that deficit of 313 down to 100 million so that we can reestablish structural balance as we go on out.
Do you, when we look at changing that geographically in Omaha, if we go east, we're up against the river, so we don't have that. Are we looking at that in changing on those revenues? In other words, Ralston, basically we have the 600 yard area, and that goes all around. There's not geographical changes as there are in Omaha. Is that being taken into consideration? How is this change being figured?
I can only tell you what the fiscal office has put together as a fiscal note. As you went from 600 to 1,200, that created a $9 million 3-year fiscal note. And that is what we're focused on today, is the total dollar impact of this legislation as it relates to that second year of your out years.
And I didn't take into consideration what facilities are going to be changed, or did they?
I would presume they just looked at going out that extra amount and what sales tax would have to be turned back to this turn back tax, and would end up being short in revenue in the state of Nebraska's general fund.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Stinner. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Hilkman. I see no other members wishing to speak. Senator Linehan, you recognize to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, Senator Hilkman, some of the confusion here is current law is 600 yards. And all this amendment does is keep it at current law. But it does help both Lincoln, Omaha, and Ralston ensure that they can keep getting the turnback taxes, Ralston's for parking, Omaha's for parking. So they're not, we're not taking yardage away from them. They're keeping all they've got now. So hopefully that makes sense. So with that, I would really appreciate your green vote on AM 2778 and on LB 927. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Been a request, place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor vote aye, those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
19 ayes, 5 nays to place the House under call.
House on a call. All members, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. Senator Marfell can check in, please. Senator McDonald, please return to the chamber, check in. Senator Marfell, check in, please. All unexcused members are now present. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 2778. Senator Linehan, as maker of that amendment, has requested a roll call in regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar.
This is Senator Linehan's amendment, so she has the discretion of determining.
Voting no. Sir Albright. Voting yes. Sir Arch. Voting yes. Sir Blood. Voting no. Sir Bostar. Not voting. Sir Bostelman. Voting yes. Sir Brandt. Voting yes. Sir Brewer. Sir Breesy. Voting yes. Sir John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Sir Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Sir Clements. Voting yes. Sir Day. Voting yes. Sir DeBoer. Not voting. Sir Dorn. Voting yes. Sir Erdman. Voting yes. Sir Flood. Voting no. Sir Friesen. Voting yes. Sir Geist. Voting yes. Sir Grigert. Voting yes. Sir Holloran. Voting yes. Sir Ben Hansen. Sir Matt Hansen. Not voting. Sir Hilgers. Voting yes. Sir Hickelman. Voting yes. Sir Hughes. Voting yes. Sir Hunt. Voting yes. Sir Jacobson. Voting yes. Sir Coulterman. Voting yes, Senator Lathrop. Not voting, Senator Lindstrom. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McAllister. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Not voting, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Moorfield. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Pauls. Senator Pansy Brooks. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Not voting, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Stinner. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Williams. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. 30 yeas, 9 nays on the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 2778 has been adopted. I raise the call.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 927 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 927 advances. Next bill is LB 1261.
1261. I have ENRs, first of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney?
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1261.
The motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Matt Hanson, floor amendment 179. I have a note you want to withdraw, Senator. Thanks. Senator Linehan, AM 2829.
Senator Linehan recognized open on AM 2829.
So this is Senator Dorn's priority bill. I think Senator Merman's bill, Senator Dorn's priority. And again, because of the fiscal situation, they were going to go, I think, from 1 to 25 million, and now it's 1 to 10 million. And that's the change here. Again, just like the last bill, they still get their bill. It just won't be quite as robust as it was previously. So I'd appreciate your green vote on 2829 and on 1201 or 1261. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Linehan recognizes a close on the amendment. She waives closing. Question will be about the adoption of AM 2829. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
37 A's, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the amendment.
AM 2829 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Senator Wayne would move to amend AM 2774.
Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senator Merman last general file adopted an amendment. Basically, as a drafting error in the Incentive or Rural Projects Act and Incentive Act, it has location or locations. And that was left out of the Urban Redevelopment Act that we passed. And so there's no fiscal cost, there's no change. We just keeping all the programs consistent, whether rural projects or rural development and urban or incentives all together. We're just keeping all the wording the same. And it was just an error on the part of bill drafting and myself for not catching it on Senator Merman's original amendment. But there's no issue, no cost, no fiscal, no impact. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Wayne recognizes close.
Close again, just to verify what happened. So Senator Merman's bill that was adopted with the rural projects had location. They clarified that to have locations. That was the original intent. When we copied the Urban Rural Projects Act and created the Urban Redevelopment Act last year, it was the same issue because I saw Senator Merman change it this year. And because the incentive, the Imagine Act, has locations, we're trying to keep all the programs the same with the same language. So there's location or locations. That's all it does. We're keeping all the programs the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 2774. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
40 ayes, no nays on the adoption of Senator Wayne's amendment.
AM 2774 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1261 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1261 advances. Next bill is LB 984.
984, I have ENR amendments, first of all.
Senator
Senator.
McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 984.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments have been adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Linehan will move to amend AM 2830.
Senator Linehan recognized to open on AM 2830.
So following the same theme, sorry, thank you, Mr. President. The fiscal bill on this was pushing us over the red mark. So I am asking you to support this amendment to take out what was originally LB 1209, which is something we'll have to come back and try and fix next year. It will save, by taking that part out of the bill, it'll save 9.8 million the first year, 12 million the next year, and 12 million. So total over $30 million. So I'd appreciate your green vote on this, and then your yes vote on 984. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Oh, excuse me, Senator Bossman.
Thank you. Would Senator Linehan yield to a question?
Senator Linehan, yield, please.
Certainly.
Apologize, I wasn't following. What is the bill that you're pulling out with this amendment, and what is that bill doing?
No, I appreciate, thank you for asking. So if you're a manufacturer and the people that fix your equipment are inside the building, they're on your payroll, you don't have to hire a contractor, they're in the building. You don't have to pay sales tax on the things you buy to fix your equipment. If you don't have those people in your building and you have to go outside and hire a contractor to fix it, they have to pay sales tax. It's something that should be fixed. I will come back and fix it next year, but we don't have the money to fix it this year. So it's a different, we treat different, depending on who's doing the work, we tax it differently. And we stumble over this in the Revenue Committee pretty frequently, where there's, just the way bills were drafted. Sometimes it's because when they originally did it, they were part of an incentive package and they didn't care. Now they're not an incentive package, so they're paying taxes they didn't know they ever owed.
So, and if I'm understanding this on new construction, new work then?
Oh, this is, if
or
I
on
understand
re-
it correctly, it's in a manufacturing plant that's already there, but something breaks or has to be updated. So it's maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Senator Bossman, Senator Linehan. Any further discussion? I see none. Senator Linehan, recognize close. She waives closing. Question of the body is the adoption of AM 2830. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Linehan's amendment.
AM 2830 has been adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr.
Senator
President.
McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 984 to ENR for engrossing.
The motion is to advance LB 984 to ENR for engrossing. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 984 advances. LB 984A.
I have no amendments to 984A, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 984A to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 984A advances. Continuing on the agenda, select file 2022 committee priority bills, LB 1150. Mr. Clerk.
Senator, I have ENR amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1150.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments have been adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Matt Hansen had an amendment, but I understand he wished to withdraw, Mr. President. I have nothing further pending on the bill, Mr.
Senator
President.
McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1150 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1150 advances. Proceeding to LB 1150A.
No ENR. Senator Geist would move to amend AM 2822.
Senator Geist recognized to open on AM 2822.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2822 is the same as LB 937, which is the other legislative performance audit priority bill for the committee. AM 2822 will provide the legislature with higher quality economic modeling software. This software will allow the Legislative Audit Office to improve performance audits. The Legislative Audit Office and the Legislative Fiscal Office currently contract with a software company called REMI to use their PI Plus software for economic modeling. When the legislature first decided to pursue regular tax incentive evaluations, the decision was made to use a more basic version to explore its usefulness. We have found that for tax incentive audits, the version we have is useful, but not sufficient for the kinds of analysis the legislature expects. This will allow two offices to use REMI's tax PI, which includes the crucial ability to estimate revenue generation caused by new investment and employment. This will allow the audit office to provide a cost versus benefit analysis of incentive programs, which is required of them in statute, as well as improve other metrics like the but-for analysis. I urge you to vote green on AM 2822.
Thanks, Senator Geist. Discussion on the amendment. Senator McCollister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly support LB 1150A. We have used in the past static modeling instead of dynamic modeling. And so it's going to help us better judge legislation if we have this opportunity to use this advanced and more sophisticated way of looking at future revenues. I urge a green vote on the amendment and the underlying bill.
Thank you, Senator McCollister. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we talk a lot here about having things defined on how we're going to do things before we pass legislation. We passed the Imagine Act, and now we're going to write the rules. And we've been functioning ever since that was passed. I don't know, it was 2 years ago. And now we're going to come back and we're going to write the rules for that. But we had all kinds of pushback last week on the consumption tax because we didn't have the provisions all written out as to how it was going to be implemented. But we can do these tax incentives without the filing requirements, without all the information that needs to be gathered, but that's okay. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how it works here. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this yet, but it is peculiar that we have a double standard here in this body. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will give me the opportunity to talk one more time and vent a little bit about how we do things here. And Senator Erdman's maybe is kind of right, but I do support the amendment and I support the bill. But we have when we write bills here, we have a fiscal note. And if the fiscal note's in your favor, you're all happy and you use it. If it comes out a little bit too high or doesn't come out the way you like it, then you're opposed to it and you talk about how dumb it is that we do a fiscal note and nobody trusts it. We've got an auditing committee that is supposed to look at whether or not bills that we pass are doing what we intended to do with the legislation, and to look at the fiscal part of it, whether they're doing what we asked them to do. And then when we do that analysis and it shows that what we're doing costs us way more than it's bringing in revenue, then we discount it and say, well, they don't know what they're doing. So just for everybody that's watching, I will tell you that in this body, facts really don't matter. We go with our emotions and we go with what sounds good, and we dole out incentives and money to programs that are shown not to work, but we keep doing the same thing over and over. We don't look at our fiscal analysis. Once in a while we do. I will say that the chair of the audit committee has brought fixes to what the audit committee shows as a problem. We'll bring a fix for it. But when data shows that the program that we're auditing doesn't really work, that doesn't matter. We can show that fiscally it's not bringing any more revenue. It's costing us more revenue than what's bringing in. And yet we just keep doing things. And so we can talk about our legislative audit process here. We can talk about our fiscal notes. But in the end, facts really don't matter. It's how our narrative is driven and how we spin everything and make it work. And in the end, if we have money, we spend it. When we start to run short, we start to cut everybody back like we're doing now. We trim back until we get the green sheet back in the black and make everything look good. But those that went by first, where we spent lots of money, those got fully funded. And now at the end, we have to trim back because we overdid it. So down the road, again, when this body has money in front of it, facts don't matter. Let's get our bills done. Let's send the money out. Let's do programs that are shown not to return our investment. And let's keep doing the same things we do over and over. With that, I do support AM 2822 and LB 1150A. Thank you, Senator Geist, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Any further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Geist, recognize the close on the amendment.
I will make this brief. I just wanted to let the body know this is not a last minute, oh, by the way, we need this software. We've been trying to get this software into the budget for the past 2 to 3 years. So it's not playing catch up. It's something that we knew that we needed and we needed to have enhanced. And this year there was some miscommunication on how it was to be added or not. So anyway, just letting you know, this isn't a new idea. This is something we've had for a number of years and just now have the opportunity to have it added. So with that, I'd urge a green vote on AM 2822 and the underlying bill LB 1150A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Geist. You've heard the discussion on AM 2822. The question for the body is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
33 ayes, 1 nay.
AM 2822 has been adopted. Anything further on the bill, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1150A to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1150A advances. Proceeding to LB 1218, Mr. Clerk.
I have ENR amendments, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1218.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments have been adopted, Mr.
I have
Clerk.
nothing further on the bill.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1218 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1218 advances. Proceeding to LB 1218A.
1218A, excuse me, no E&R. Senator Walls would move to amend AM 2827.
Senator Walls recognized opening your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. The amendment increases the fiscal note for 2022-2023 by $108,000 because the Department of Revenue will have additional one-time operating expenses to accommodate the Teach for Nebraska Today Act, which is offering student loan reimbursement for teachers. This is an important tool to help our educators and help our education workforce. And therefore, I ask you for your green vote on both the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Walls. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Walls recognized close. Your way is closing. Question of the body is the adoption of AM 2827. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
34 A's, no nays, Mr. President, on the Walls amendment.
AM 2827 has been adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1218A to E&R for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1218A advances. Proceeding to LB 922.
922, Senator, I have E&R amendments pending.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 922.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments have been adopted.
Senator Kavanaugh, AM 2769. You want to withdraw that, Senator? I have nothing further pending on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance.
Senator McKinney, excuse me. Senator Matt Hanson did have his light on. Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was under the balcony talking with Speaker Hilgers on a potential amendment to this bill when it came up. So I am just stalling long enough that he can get the amendment filed and address it. Let me just tell the body that I am in support of the amendment. It's a technical change to my provision of LB 922, which was my bill, LB, I believe 870, dealing with the state claims bill and the state claims process. And with that, I believe it's been filed up front, so I will stop talking and urge your support of the coming amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll stand at ease for a moment. Discussion on AM 2834, please. Speaker Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you to Senator Matt Hanson for two reasons. One is accommodating this particular technical change in this amendment, and then secondly, for quickly flagging down the president before we actually did the motion to advance the final reading. So thank you, Senator Matt Hanson. This is an amendment to the bill that was amended into LB 922 on general file, which deals with who pays for attorney's fees when the Attorney General is conflicted out. Within that subset, in talking to the Attorney General's office, there's one subset of those scenarios in which the Attorney General may have given advice to a particular agency, as an example, and that agency ignored the advice. And then there's a direct conflict because of that scenario. In that scenario, we wanted to exclude that from the overall payment of fees under this particular provision. So I spoke with Senator Matt Hanson about it. I believe he indicated already he's not opposed to it. And I asked for your green light on AM 2834. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Speaker Hilgers, waves closed. And question for the body is the adoption of AM 2834. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
38 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2834 has been adopted. Is there anything further on the bill?
I have nothing further.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 922 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 922 advances. Proceeding to LB 922A.
I have no amendments to that bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 922A to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 922A advances. Further on the agenda, select file 2022 speaker priority bills, LB 896. Mr. Clerk.
896, Senator, I have ENR amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 896.
Motion is to adopt the NR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The NR amendments have been adopted.
Senator Lathrop would move to amend 2502.
Senator Lathrop, you're recognized to open on AM 2502.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, AM 2502 makes two small changes to LB 896. To refresh your memory, LB 896 provides the Department of Correctional Services provides that they must do a detailed evaluation on the programs provided by the department, including clinical programs as well as non-clinical and structured programs. This is accomplished by the department contracting with an academic institution to conduct the evaluations. The first portion of AM 2502 would add language to specify that the evaluations are done by an academic institution that's located in Nebraska. The second change would establish a time frame to complete the evaluations for non-clinical and structured program. The bill currently stands, it provides that clinical programming is evaluated on a 3-year cycle, but is not specific as to non-clinical and structured program. AM 2502 will replace the phrase "on a regular basis" with "at least once every 8 years" for non-clinical and structured programming. In addition to providing direction to the department, which is the point of the amendment, it'll also reduce the fiscal note and the A bill, which will follow. I would encourage your support of AM 2502. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Lathrop waives closing. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 2502. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
30 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2502 has been adopted. Anything further on the bill?
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 896 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 896 advances. Proceeding to LB 896A.
No ENRs. Senator Lathrop, AM 2789.
Senator Lathrop, recognized to open on AM 2789.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, again, this is the A bill to the bill we just amended. The amendment to this A bill actually, reduces the fiscal note. I would encourage your support of the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Lathrop waives closing. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 2789. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
Thirty ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 2789 has been adopted. Anything further on the bill?
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney,
Good. Mr. President, I move to advance LB 896A to ENR for engrossing.
motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 896A advances. Proceeding to LB 1130.
Senator, I have ENR amendments to 1130.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1130.
motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments have been adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1130 to ENR for engrossing.
motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1130 has been advanced. Proceeding to LB 1130A.
Mr. President, no ENRs. Senator Morfeld would move to indefinitely postpone 1130A.
Senator Morfeld, recognized to open your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is your opportunity to kill one of my bills. LB 1130A is no longer necessary because we significantly trimmed down LB 1130, and we just received confirmation from the fiscal office that there is no fiscal impact. So the clerk's office said this is the best way for legislative record to be able to note this and kill the A bill. So I urge your red vote on LB 1130A. Thank you. Urge your green vote on the motion to kill LB 1130A.
Thank you, Senator Morfeld.
Thank-
Any discussion on the motion? Senator Morfeld, you recognize closing the motion.
I'll waive closing. Thank you.
The motion is to adopt Senator Morfeld's motion to kill IPP LB 1130A. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. If you all vote care to. Record, please.
36 ayes, no nays to indefinitely postpone 1130A.
LB 1130A has been IPP'd. Proceeding to LB 729.
729, no ENRs. I have no amendments to the bill, Senator. Hang just a minute, Mr. President. I do. Mr. President,
Stand at ease for a moment. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Erdman would move to bracket Legislative Bill 729 until April 20.
Senator Erdman, you recognize opening your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. 729 is a bill that I believe needs to go away. And we're moving quite quickly through the agenda today, far too fast for my liking, if that is said. But 729 is a slush fund that is to be set up for the next governor. And I don't care who the governor is. I don't care who is elected. This is inappropriate funding. And we talked about Oklahoma has done this, other states have done this. This is a slick way to pay back political favors if you become governor. I don't know what we were thinking last time when we voted on this. Obviously, we weren't all thinking about it. The only thing that we have control over is how many dollars we put in there. And once that is done, we have no control at all. So 729 creates a Quick Action Closing Fund Act. Here's what the committee statement says. The act would allow the governor to expend funds for the purpose of economic development and related infrastructure development if the expenditure of such funds would likely be a determining factor in locating a high-impact business project or facility in the state, or in retaining such project or facility in the state. Now, you tell me if that isn't a slush fund. Explain to me what it is. We have the Imagine Act that these businesses can apply for. And it goes on to talk about that. It has to be, those businesses that apply for this have to qualify under the Imagine Act. And it is going to be administered by the Department of Economic Development. Let me tell you why we do things like this. It's because our taxes are too high. So we need to speed up the process instead of having them go through all of the filings and the things they have to do with the Imagine Act. They just go to the governor and they say, Governor, whatever the amount is you have in there, we are going to create this many jobs. It's going to be a new business. And if you don't give us the money, we're going to leave the state. We've tried this. We've tried this with other businesses, ConAgra and others, and it generally doesn't work. It's because we can't incentivize a business to stay in a state that has the broken tax system that we currently function under. But we're going to give it a try. So if you voted for 729, please put your light on and stand up and tell me where I missed this. That's exactly what it is. It's a slush fund for the governor to do whatever he wants without the approval of the legislature once we put the money in there. The governor approves the expenditure of funds and an agreement must be signed and to designate the amount of the funds, where the funds will be distributed, performance conditions, and receive the funds, validation of such performance, and provisions for the recapture. So we're going to put this all in there. And if any of these funds are to be used for capital improvements, then the funds are deemed to be held in trust for the state. And if the capital improvement is sold, the business must either repay the money awarded with interest or share the proportionate amount of any profit with the state. Good luck. Good luck getting that done. This is a very, very peculiar bill. And I don't know if any of the other governor candidates besides Senator Lindstrom feel the same way I do. But we should all be concerned about this. We should all be concerned about this. But obviously we had enough votes to advance from general to select. I never dreamt. When I seen this, I thought there is no chance that this idea will get enough votes to advance. But this session has surprised me on many other areas that we've done. And we earlier had talked about, somebody had said something about we're trying to get more funding to North Omaha. Let me tell you, we made a significant contribution to Omaha, significant, exorbitant amount. Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney have accomplished something no one else has ever been able to accomplish. The kind of funding that they secured for their districts. So I don't believe we need to have the opportunity for the governor to pay back his friends for political favors or whatever it may look like. It'll be really difficult for a governor to differentiate and explain why I give that funding to that business at that time. So we can make this a very short discussion, or we can make this a long discussion. That will be up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Urban. Debate is now open on motion 233, the bracket motion. Senator Flood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Erdman and I are on the same page here. I voted against this bill in the Revenue Committee. I voted against it on general file. One of the things I want to remind everybody here is we fought a war. Our ancestors fought a war to get away from the king. We fought a war to get away from somebody that gets to make all the decisions. And the framers of our Constitution, and read the Federalist Papers, Federalist 51, 3 branches of government, Article 1, U.S. Constitution, the legislative branch is the closest to the people. The executive branch carries out the laws that the people want, and the Supreme Court decides the disputes. We are short-circuiting that system by handing money to the king and saying, hand this out along your way to the corporations that want it. You can add private dollars. So now that you can have an even bigger pot of money. If you want money to go to a corporation to keep them in the state, introduce a bill, have a hearing, let the appropriators look at it, and then the full legislature. I know what Senator Brett Lindstrom is doing here, and I understand it. And I actually think every single motive he has is good, it's pure, it's intended for all the right reasons. He wants to do this for the right reasons. He wants to see Nebraska be aggressive. He wants to see jobs created. I want all those things too. But think for a second, in the last 2.5 years, what has undermined confidence in government more than anything else? The executive branch making decisions by fiat. What do people get the most mad about? A president declaring a vaccine mandate. Bureaucrats in agencies making the rules that we live under because the legislative branch has abdicated its authority. It really bothers me when I sit through drug court and I see judges who I know are doing it for the right reason, but they wield the power of sending someone to jail on a post-conviction plea or pre-conviction plea to participate in the drug court, and they say, if you don't do this week, I'm going to put you in jail for 3 days. Does it help the drug addict? Yes. Does it water down our system of government? Yes, yes, yes. The system of government is supposed to be cumbersome. It's supposed to be difficult. It is designed to be in conflict with itself. The people represented by the legislative branch, the executive branch with a sole occupant, and then the judicial branch over here resolving disputes. In this case, we have a situation where we hand over the money before we know exactly where it's going, and we give it to the executive branch. That is not how it's supposed to work. I'm in a unique position because I want all the things that Senator Brett Lindstrom wants. But I also know that if I was sitting on the Appropriations Committee and I saw this bill, I would say, what am I for? As an individual member of the legislature, I'd say, what about my role? And we can keep handing things over to the executive branch. We can let them make all the decisions when we're out of legislature. legislative session. And over time, what we do becomes less and less and less and less important.
1 minute.
Somebody will say, well, how about the chair of this committee can do that, or the chair of that committee, or the speaker of the legislature? No, that waters down the 149th authority that we have now. So while this is innocuous on so many levels, I don't agree with the policy here. I think it waters down the separation of powers. I think it diminishes the authority of the legislature. And I think it's a tiny step backward for the long-term health of our system of government. And for that reason, I voted no in committee. I voted no on general file. I'm going to vote no on select file. And if it makes it to final reading, I will vote no. And if our freedom-loving governor decides to veto it, I will uphold and sustain the veto. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've received a number of different emails from constituents on this, and I now have some questions. I did vote yes, and I wanted to ask some questions because I'm listening to my constituents, and I do have some questions for Senator Stinner on this because I've talked to him off the mic. So Senator Stinner would yield.
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. So you voted no on this, and I've talked about it to you. Of course, the fact that the Omaha Chamber came in favor of it, and it gave me pause because the initial arguments that I had, that I was given, was that this helps to bring in businesses in the interim, which sounds like a good idea. But when I talked with you, you said the governor already has the power to give incentives to businesses in the interim. And could you explain that a little bit?
There are a lot of levers that the governor has at his disposal from DED's side. And I agree 100% with what Senator Flood said. It's our job to appropriate funds. And I think when you open up discretionary funds, it really puts the governor at risk. I mean, you acquire a whole lot of friends when you're running for public office, especially governor. And there's always that issue of, okay, I gave this person $1 million or $2 million to attract or retain. Now he has to prove to the world that everything was above board and it actually worked that way. That's a little bit of what I'm thinking of. But the other side of it is, if everything worked perfect, like the chamber would like it to do, then there wouldn't be any problem. But over a long period of time, these discretionary funds many times are used, I would say, at least, I wouldn't say inappropriately, but at least in a situation that would draw a lot of skepticism. And it's our job to appropriate the funds.
So can you give me, we talked off the mic about some of the other places that these funds are available in the interim. So,
Yeah, you got the site and building fund that obviously can be worked out, and certainly contracts can be worked out to use some of the Imagine Nebraska Act for incentives for jobs. So you could put together a pretty good package just using some of the existing legislation, and then obviously come back to the legislature for any additional benefits that may have to be added to a package.
and the Department of Economic Development also has money available for this.
It would be up to the legislature to look at the merits of the program, and obviously if it was something that the 49 of us would agree to, then the money could then be appropriated.
So if this kind of plan went forward, it would allow the governor to, whoever the governor is, to be able to give out funding in ways which we are not directing as the legislature, right?
We would not be directing it. We could probably put some parameters around it for what they could use it for, but it would still be discretionary funds. And that is not something that I feel comfortable doing.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Senator Stinner. So I feel that it's really important for the legislature to be in charge of the purse strings, and I am going to vote against LB 729. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks and Senator Stinner. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to stand up and agree with Senator Flood, Senator Patty Pansy Brooks. You know, we're going to be told that there's no money in this. We're just going to put the framework in place so that down the road, a body can start to put funds in it. I've seen how this place works. We're going to create this framework, and sooner or later, there's going to be some money left over somewheres, and we're going to start to hide money in there, pile it in there, and pretty soon we'll have $5, $10, $15 million in that fund. And we're told it's a quick reaction force, kind of to be able to react quickly. But until we put money into there, it is not a quick reaction. It is still waiting for the legislature to appropriate money. So until we put money in there, which then turns it into a slush fund, it is not a quick reaction pot of money. Again, I think separate branches of government need to be in place. I don't believe Senator Lindstrom is trying anything funny here. I think he's seen a program that he thinks works. I'm not saying that he is trying to do anything at all. I am like Senator Flood. I just don't think that this is appropriate. And I know how this works down the road, and anybody can take this money, whoever the governor is down the road, suddenly it could either be paying off some political favors or buying some. And I just don't think that the governor's office, no matter who it would be, should even be put into the position of doing that. There should be some sort of process that this has to go through. And I, for one, will not be voting for LB 729. I do support the motion to brag it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Lindstrom, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to bracket. But I do appreciate the conversation today, and I get the philosophical differences here. When I look at what we have as a state, and I think Senator Erdman's spot on. He said our tax system is broken. Well, that's why this bill exists. The reason why 775 Advantage Act, Imagine Nebraska Act exists is because of the broken tax structure. This isn't something that is just a bill or an idea that states aren't doing. This is, again, tying into how Nebraska can be competitive. This bill, as written, was taken, a lot of the language was taken from Oklahoma. There are a lot of states that have a quick action closing fund: Florida, Texas, Arkansas, North Carolina, Iowa, and others. And in the previous debate on general file, I did hand out a sheet that talked about the closing awards that happened in Oklahoma in particular, and the return on investment was very strong. Whomever the governor is, I think that this is an idea, again, still putting the power in the hands of the legislature to appropriate the dollars. This does not carve off any money at this stage to go into a fund. This just sets up the framework, the concept. The legislature would still have the ability to appropriate those dollars and say yes or no. So it's not changing any of that. And in fact, I would be okay with that original amendment that we had on general file. But the fact of the matter is it wasn't constitutional. And that was the reason that we pulled it, is because the constitutionality of that particular amendment, with the consultation of the appropriations chair, revenue committee, speaker, to make those decisions. But the fact still remains that Nebraska has to be looking at different ways to recruit talent, retain and recruit business. And as I see it, when you think about the companies that can move here, and I often have talked to the Dairy Association, there are production facilities that have the chance to move here from Wisconsin and California. We have other businesses that could move here. And when companies start to stack up different states, they're going to look at workforce, they're going to look at the tax code, they're going to look at the incentive packages, and sometimes that gets down to the with a fine-tooth comb to say, okay, where are we going to make our decision? Are we going to do it, say, in Nebraska or Iowa? And what state has the ability to come in and close that deal, especially if the legislature is out of session? Let's call it September, October, November, when deals have to be made, when closing that deal to come to Nebraska is important. That's what the intent of this bill is. It's not to circumvent the authority of the legislature. It's not to do what Senator Erdman describes as some slush fund or some political favor. This is about closing business and having the flexibility to do so. Nothing more, nothing less. Over time, if we can continue, obviously we've done major steps on tax reform here this year, and we're going to continue to do that. But over time, if we can't make those steps necessary to close the deals, if we can't have other advantages within our Imagine Nebraska Act, this is just one extra tool for, in this case, the governor to close that deal. And as it stands now, there is no money appropriated to this. Whomever's in that role next year, they can choose to come in and ask the legislature for money. They can choose not to. That is up to, that's for them to decide. And it's up to the legislature to decide whether or not they want to engage in this. When this bill came to the Revenue Committee and it got kicked to the floor, frankly, I didn't think this thing was going to be as controversial as it is right now. When people talking about it, I get the philosophical discussion that we can have on separation of powers. This is just simply looking at the nature of the competitive situation that we're in from a regional standpoint, from a national, other states that are doing these things, and other states that are succeeding in utilizing a quick action response fund and the return on investment to do so. And again, the handout speaks for itself just in one state alone. So I appreciate the conversation. I encourage the legislature to vote no on the motion and move the bill on a voice vote. I'll be happy to answer any questions as we move forward through this debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I want to clear the air that any criticism of Senator Lindstrom on this bill, because he happens to be running for a different office, I think is clearly out of place. He was working on this earlier, and I think that's something that we shouldn't do. Second of all, I want to make it clear that well, first of all, I've been very fortunate to work in this area for most of my career, working with the Department of Economic Development, working with the executive branch on recruitment efforts that we've had, not just locally, but across the state. So I've had an opportunity to see how this works and why it works. And I would tell you, we don't have incentives because our taxes are too high. We have incentives because we are competing against lots of very aggressive competitors out there, some of which have better tax situations, some of which have mountains, some of which have oceans, many of which have technology beyond what we have to offer in our state. And for us to continue to be successful for the future, we have to find ways to make the incentives that we can offer count and make it happen at the highest level. And we've seen that work. But I've also seen cases where we were just a little bit short, where if the governor in a case had the opportunity to do something slightly different to make this little thing work, we could do that. You know, companies looking at our state look at a lot of factors. They look at workforce. They look at the locations and transportation, whether there's rail, whether there's highways. They look at the local infrastructure. And they also look a great deal at local leadership. And I know there have been recruitment efforts that have been won and lost over the local leadership in a community and even broader in a state. I think LB 729 sends a clear message to those businesses and industries that are looking at our state that we are open for business, that we are willing to think outside the box and do those kind of things that would be necessary to land them in our state and trust them with the future. So I stand in opposition, of course, to the bracket motion and support to the underlying bill. And I don't like the term slush fund. I don't think that is what this is at all. This is an additional tool in the toolbox for our executive branch to use. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator McCollister, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Lindstrom yield?
Senator Lindstrom, will you yield?
Yes. Senator Lindstrom, we talked off the mic about how this bill actually works. Is the money that's allocated in this bill come from the DED, or is it a separate allocation? Or is it no allocation at all?
Well, there'd be an allocation by the legislature to the Quick Action Closing Fund. If a project comes before the Department of Economic Development, the ability for the governor to use the fund, it would have to meet the criteria that the Department of Economic Development would do an assessment, an analysis of if it meets within the Imagine Nebraska Act. Once it meets that criteria, then the governor would have the ability to utilize those funds as he or she saw fit.
Thank you. Is there an appropriation in this year's budget for this purpose?
There is not. This just sets up the framework and the fund. The legislature moving forward at some, next year, 2 years, 10 years down the line, they could make the decision. If the governor or future governor comes in and asks for that appropriation, they ultimately could say yes or no, and on the amount as well.
So you could almost call it standby legislation. Is that correct?
You could call it that, yes.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCollister and Senator Lindstrom. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand against the motion to bracket this and in full support of Senator Lindstrom's 729. So we have Imagine Nebraska. First, we had 775. Then we had Advantage Act, and we have Imagine Nebraska. And who wins in those things? And this is nothing against lawyers or tax accountants. But the companies that are big enough to hire the lawyers and tax accountants that can figure it out. We have a situation in Omaha where we're having a company move from Midtown to downtown. It's going to get TIF'd, it's going to get Imagine Act, and it's going to get, it doesn't pay income taxes. For us to sit here and say like the system's not broken, I would much rather have the governor have a fund that we may or may not, the legislature may or may not put money in, and use some common sense on each individual case than writing huge bills that get used or not used. If we didn't have the Imagine Act, I could understand why there would be some consternation about this. But it's hundreds of millions of dollars. And I've said many times, and I'll say it again, I don't like incentive packages. I don't like those big packages. I'd rather have a low rate. But even if we have a low rate, you're going to have situations where you've got an opportunity. And what if the legislature isn't here? And as far as not trusting whomever the governor might be, it's not like it won't be public. The governor, whoever he or she may be, can't like spend money over here and not tell anybody. It would be public. It would be reported in the press. The legislature could take action if it was abused. It seems to me that if the whole state is going to elect a new governor and we're going to trust them, and this is something to help them, to help us grow. So again, I'm against the motion to bracket it and in full support of Senator Lindstrom's bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been here 6 years, and I have, to this day, never heard anyone stand up and say our taxes weren't too high. You heard Senator Williams say that our taxes aren't too high. Our taxes are too high. That's why we do these incentives, because we can't compete with Iowa, Kansas, South Dakota, Wyoming. nearly anybody. Our taxes are too high. And to stand up on the floor of the legislature and say our taxes aren't too high, those of you out there listening today, remember that. Senator Williams said our taxes aren't too high. When you go to pay your taxes, just remember they're not too high. What was that? Oh, we don't have mountains, we don't have beaches. Well, I got bad news for you. Nebraska is not for everybody, right? Remember that. Nebraska is not for everybody. And Senator Linehan says, if we put money in this slush fund and the governor spends it irrationally or foolishly or on a favor, we can take action. What kind of action are we going to take? Say, man, that was bad. You shouldn't have done that. What do you do? I mean, how do you pull that money back once it's been allocated to the governor and then he then gives it to whomever? What requirements are in this bill to say, oh, hey, wait a minute. You got to give us our money back because you didn't act according to what we wanted you to do. Think about that. The only control you have over this is the money you put in there. Once it's in there, the control is gone. The control is gone. It doesn't make any sense that we can stand up here on the floor and say we're going to take action to fix that. Take what kind of action? Oh, we're not going to give you any more next time. Oh, okay. So how do you get that back, what you gave away? We can't. We have the Imagine Act, which they can apply for. And if they qualify, they can get the money. That's how it works. That's why we had 775. That's why we had the Nebraska Advantage Act. And now I can imagine how your taxes are going to be now act, because that's what that is. Because when you give tax incentives to somebody, when you give tax incentives to businesses, someone else has to pay more. Someone pays more. Remember, no government has ever given anybody anything that they didn't first take from somebody else. I was amazed that we got 27 votes on 729 the last time. And as I said earlier, we can do this the easy way. Vote for the bracket motion, kill the bill, we'll move on, and we'll get out of here before 11:59. This is very strange that we're even having this discussion at this point. I really expected that Senator Lindstrom would stand up and say, okay, just for the sake of moving things along, I withdraw my bill. But that didn't happen. And so I looked at the list of those who voted yes. It's a very thin margin. There was 27. So we can do this the easy way like we did with Senator Moorfield's bill a few minutes ago.
1 minute.
And vote for the bracket motion. Or we can continue the discussion longer and waste more time. And maybe this would be a good time for 5 minutes of silence the next time I stand up. Do the right thing. Keep the separation of powers and don't make or set up an agency or a opportunity down the road to put money in there. Because what we're saying is we're just setting this up. Don't worry about it. We're just setting this up. There's no money. There's no appropriations. Just setting it up. I've heard that hundreds of times. And every time I've heard that, the next year when the budget comes, we make an appropriation. And that's what will happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. And again, I want to set the record straight, Senator Erdman. I did not say that our taxes are not too high. That is not what I said. What I said is we don't have incentives because our taxes are too high. There's a complete distinction between those. And if you look at my voting record, I have voted for every tax reduction bill that we have had before us and will continue to do that. But the states that we compete against, regardless of their tax structure, whether that's Texas with no state income tax, whether that is Utah, whether that is North Carolina. Their tax structure is important, but we are compared by the incentives that we offer. And that's why I still believe this is an incentive that makes sense and one that we should consider. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A year ago, Art Laffer had come to Nebraska, and he was in my office most of the morning on that Friday. And we had a discussion about taxation. We had a discussion about incentives. And we talked about that, about how the states compete with each other. And he said, what happens with incentives? It's a race to the bottom. It's a race to see which state can outdo the other state. And those businesses play each one of those states against each other, no matter whether their tax system is better than ours or not. They're going to get all that they can get. And I don't blame them. That's what they should do. But we continue to talk about tax incentives. We talk about all those things we have to do to incentivize businesses to come here, to stay here, for young people when they graduate from college not to leave here, from older people like myself when they get to a fixed income. They have to make a decision whether to stay here, move to a state that doesn't have income tax, and their property tax is significantly less. And so that's why we have all of those incentives. TIF, Imagine Act, the Advantage Act, 775 before that, and there'll be another one after the Imagine Act until we fix our broken tax system. But we're not willing to do that, and Senator Williams has voted for every tax reduction or every property tax or tax reduction there is. And all of those reductions that we made haven't moved us even to the middle. We still remain a high tax state. We have inheritance tax. Only 6 states have that. We can't give that up. So we have a situation where those who spend the tax dollars, they go shopping and they send you the bill. And that's why we have incentives. So vote for the bracket motion and we can move on to the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're welcome to close on your bracket motion. Senator Erdman waives closing. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of the bracket motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, no nays, to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Bostar, Day, and Friesen, the House is under call. All senators now present. Colleagues, the vote before us is the adoption of the bracket motion. There's been a request for a roll call vote in regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Sir Aguilar, voting no. Sir Albright. Voting no. Sir Arch, voting no. Sir Blood, voting yes. Sir Bostar, voting no. Sir Bostelman. Sir Brandt, voting no. Sir Brewer. Sir Breesy, voting no. Sir John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Sir Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Sir Clements, voting yes. Sir Day, voting yes. Sir DeBoer, voting no. Sir Dorn, voting no. Sir Erdman, voting yes. Sir Flood, voting yes. Sir Friesen, voting yes. Sir Geist, voting no. Sir Gregor, voting yes. Sir Holleran, voting yes. Sir Ben Hansen, not voting. Sir Matt Hansen, voting yes. Sir Hilgers, voting no. Sir Hickelman, voting no. Sir Hughes, voting yes. Sir Hunt, voting yes. Sir Jacobson, voting no. Sir Coulterman, voting no. Sir Lathrop, voting yes. Sir Lindstrom, voting no. Sir Linehan, voting no. Sir Lowe, Sir McAllister, voting yes. Sir McAllister voting no. Sir McDonald, Sir McKinney, voting no. Sir Moorfield, voting yes. Sir Moser, voting no. Sir Merman, voting yes. Sir Pauls, Sir Pansy Brooks, voting yes. Sir Sanders, voting no. Sir Slama, voting yes. Sir Stinner, voting yes. Sir Vargas, voting no. Sir Walls, voting no. Sir Wayne, voting no. Sir Williams, voting no. Sir Wishart, voting no. 19 ayes, 24 nays on the bracket motion.
The bracket motion is not adopted. Returning to debate on LB 729. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to briefly rise. I think we might actually have a longer conversation about this bill and speak a bit as to why I'm opposed. So I share a lot of Senator Erdman's concerns about this bill. Honestly, when I picture this bill, it seems to me to be the monopoly man running around with a bag of money. That's basically what we're doing with LB 729. And I'm not going to vote to give the governor a slush fund, or whoever the next governor is, a slush fund when we can't even get a bill on gun rights across the finish line. I'm just not going to do that on the same day. And if Senator Erdman has any other thoughts for the good of the cause, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to him.
Senator Erdman, 412, and colleagues, I do raise the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Slama. I appreciate that. You're exactly right, Senator Slama. As we move forward with this, and as I've said earlier, we'll create this fund, or this opportunity to put funds in there. And I couldn't think of a better description than a monopoly man with a bag of money. And, you know, when we were in appropriations this year, we had requests of $4.3 billion for $1.04 billion worth of ARPA money. That is a peculiar position to be in. We had a lot of friends. We have a lot of friends. A lot of people spoke to us about their project, their bill. Their bill is very important. I can't imagine if I were a governor and I had the authority to distribute that money wherever I wanted, whatever I thought was appropriate, with no ramifications from it, whatever I did with it, as long as it met the criteria that I could figure out the Imagine Act has, I could give that money to whomever I wanted. It's a great idea if you're the governor. And so I appreciate that. So we'll give you another chance when we vote on this bill. Vote no to advance this. It'll make everyone's life a lot easier going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologize for missing out on most of the debate as I was downstairs talking to a group. But again, I'm fascinated by the idea that we're going to give one person the ability to dole out money and call it economic development. When we even had an investment group in town one time, this group was talking about, we had 2 restaurants in town at the time. Now we have none. They were talking about helping fund a 3rd restaurant at the time. The investment group was going to put money into a 3rd restaurant. And I was like, man, that's kind of brutal. You got 2 people in town who are barely making it, and you're going to pick this 3rd one now, and you're going to help them out and get them started in town, and down the road, all 3 will fail. And sure enough, it turns out they didn't, but the other 2 restaurants since have failed. This is taking and saying, okay, here we have this great project, but you might have a company that you're enticing to town that does the same thing as another company in town. Sure, they'll add more jobs, but maybe they hurt that other business. There's no responsibility here, no accountability. If a governor is term limited out, he's retiring. Let's take me, for instance. I'm term limited out. I'm not running for any other office. I can dole out that money however I want, and nobody can do a dang thing about it. Nobody. That's not transparent. That's not what the people of Nebraska expect us to do. They expect to hold us accountable. And yes, we can tighten up the purse strings after it happens, but we don't have to let it happen the first time. This is accountability. This is on us. We have created programs in the DED that go through this process. There's numerous different pots of money for them to use. And if not, maybe we should design something more that they have to do. But right now, this fund would be overseen by nobody but the governor. And you can't tell me that that's appropriate. There's no one that can explain that to the people of Nebraska and say, yep, just give him a pot of money, give him that bag of money. He can dole it out to whoever he wants. And no, I can't imagine that they'd ever pay off any political favors, anything like that. That surely wouldn't happen here. But it shouldn't happen here because it shouldn't be there. We're talking about creating a framework of a quick reaction pot of money with no money in it. And so in order to be a quick reaction, the legislature would have to meet, appropriate some money to it, and then the governor could be held accountable. But sooner or later, somebody will put money into it because we have some extra funds here. We will put money into that fund, and there is no accountability to the person in that office. And I'm not concerned about this year, next year. Maybe it's 5 years from now. Maybe it's 10 years from now. We're creating a program that one person has control over the purse strings of that pot of money.
1 minute.
We have no accountability. Are we going to hold him personally liable if it's fraud? Or are we just going to say, oh, well, that's too bad. We should have done it differently. But there goes the citizens of Nebraska's money. Let's be more responsible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
From listening to the discussion from Senator Friesen, Senator Slamas, talked to Senator Stinner, and listening to Senator Erdman, the discussion has kind of changed my opinion on this bill. I think I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Lindstrom, you're recognized. And there's no one else in the queue, so you may close.
I think we've had a good discussion on this. I get the philosophical differences here. I think we can move on with the day. So I'll pull LB 729. Thanks.
Per the speaker's request, we are passing over this bill. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 376A on select file. I have no enrollment and review amendments. Senator Kavanaugh, Michaela, AM 1395, a note she wants to withdraw. Senator Stinner had an amendment, AM 1463, a note to withdraw, Mr. President. Another Kavanaugh, AM 1456, a similar note to withdraw. Senator Kavanaugh, AM 2172.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on AM 2172.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is the amended language to include the committee bill that creates or authorizes the department to hire a consultant to do a strategic plan for all of our developmental disabilities programs. And so it includes that and the underlying bill for the family support waiver. I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Debate is now open on AM 2172. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to close on AM 2172. Senator Kavanaugh waives closing. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2172. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Kavanaugh's amendment.
AM 2172 is adopted.
I have nothing further to bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 376A to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. LB 376A advances. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
1144A. No ENRs. Senator Friesen would move to amend AM 2831.
Senator Friesen, you're welcome to open on your AM 2831.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, colleagues, following the adoption of the amendment on select file to LB 1144, the fiscal note was revised. The Public Service Commission has estimated that coordination with any political subdivision that wishes to coordinate ARPA-eligible broadband projects through the commission will require the addition of 3 additional staff positions. Funding for the positions will be from federal funds. I would ask you support for the amendment and to advance the bill to final reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Debate is now open on AM 2831. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Friesen, you're recognized to close. Senator Friesen waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2831 to LB 1144A. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Friesen's amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1144A to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1144A is advanced. Moving on the agenda, LB 1173A.
No ENRs. Senator Arch, I have 2 amendments. I understand you want to withdraw AM 2627.
Withdrawn.
Please. Thank you. Senator Arch would move to amend with AM 2776.
Senator Arch, you are recognized to open on AM 2776.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2776 amends the A bill for the Health and Human Services Committee Child Welfare Package to reflect the adoption of the committee amendment and Senator Hunt's AM 2597. AM 2776 includes the appropriation for the original provisions of LB 1173, which will fund the cost of a consultant to assist the Child Welfare Work Group with the development of a practice and finance model for child welfare system transformation. This was one of the recommendations that came out of the LR 29 Special Committee and its investigation into the state's contract with St. Francis. AM 2776 additionally reflects the inclusion of LB 541 and LB 932 in this child welfare package. The amendment appropriates funds to the Department of Health and Human Services to implement additional tiers of reimbursement for specialized foster care. By implementing additional tiers of standardized rates, the department can require more accountability from these placement providers, including licensing requirements, and draw down additional federal funding that is being lost out on under the department's current practices. Additionally, the amendment funds the cost of 1 additional child and family services worker due to the requirement that DHHS notify child beneficiaries when DHHS begins collecting Social Security income on their behalf. This is one of the Health and Human Services Committee priority bills for the session, so I appreciate your green vote on LB 1173A and AM 2776.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Debate is now open. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Arch, you are recognized to close. Senator Arch waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2776 to LB 1173A. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1173A to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1173A is advanced. Moving on the agenda to Senator Priority Bills, LB 921.
921, I have ENR amendments. First of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 921.
Members, you've heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend AM 2768.
Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Mr. President, I'd move to withdraw that AM 2768.
Amendment is withdrawn.
Senator Arch, AM 2826.
Senator Arch, you are recognized to open on Amendment 2826.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this bill came to the floor on general file, I raised a couple of issues with the bill, and I appreciate Senator Matt Hansen and Senator John Kavanaugh working with me to resolve a couple of those issues. This particular AM 2826 addresses the issues of the percentage of beds to be allocated, and it changes the bill in three ways. One, it identifies it rather than saying state hospitals for the mentally ill, it identifies the Lincoln Regional Center, so there's no confusion that Norfolk Regional Center is included in it, which serves a different purpose. Second thing it does is it changes the percentage of bed allocation. So while I didn't object to the percentages as far as the fact of having a percentage, one of the things that concerned me was that it was so tight that there was no flexibility for the department so that they could have some swing beds depending upon the demand for the utilization. So Senator Matt Hansen agreed that we can make adjustments to that and provide them with that flexibility. And the third thing really was something that Senator John Kavanaugh wanted inserted, and I think very appropriately, and that is how do you select leadership for the committee? And so it identifies the committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson from among its members. So that is my amendment to this bill, and I'd appreciate a green vote on that.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Debate is now open. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just be real brief, but Senator Arch described his amendment well. He showed me his language and we talked about it. I'm in full support and would encourage your adoption of AM 2826. We'd just like to thank Senator Arch and his staff for working with us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'll be brief. I just want to take a moment to thank Senators Hansen, Kavanaugh, and in particular Senator Arch for working through changes in two amendments that we'll take up tonight in a short time frame between general and select. So I appreciate the work these senators have done to improve LB 921. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Standing in support of the amendment, I wanted to just mention that I do have a friend that works at the Lincoln Regional Center and has worked at corrections. And I asked him over the weekend about competency evaluations and if the regional center had beds. And he said they've been very reluctant to make space for people that needed a competency evaluation, and they just send them over to the prison, and the prison ends up with them, and then they end up possibly harming staff and not being where they should be when they're in the prison or the jail. And so I'm glad to see that we are making some directions to have room for these people at the regional center. So I'm in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clements. See no one in the queue. Senator Arch, you are recognized to close. Senator Arch waives closing on AM 2826. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2826. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend 2835.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd ask for your green vote on AM 2835. This is an amendment I worked on with Senator Arch to address some of the concerns that he raised on general file and that we talked about, he and I spoke about on here. And what it does is addresses concerns that HHS had about just really their ability to implement this program. And so I appreciate Senator Arch working with me and with HHS in my office and his office to make sure that this will actually be something that they can do and will be implemented. So what it does, basically three things: delays the start date until July 1st, 2023. And that is at the request of HHS because they have a lot to do with, I guess, well, Senator Arch could probably explain it better than I can, but it's the wind down of the pandemic. And then we have limiting the implementation to will be, this is for Medicaid, for people, getting people signed up for Medicaid when they leave correctional facilities. It will be limited to the state correctional facilities, so the penitentiary, the prisons, the community corrections, and the correctional facilities in county correctional facilities of counties over 100,000. So this is another concern in terms of just allocation of resources. Those are the counties that will have the most people coming out of those facilities. It'll get us the most bang for our buck, as it were. And then in terms of a logistical question, again, of how long individuals are there, we added, they have to be there for 21 days before the state has an obligation to help them facilitate them getting signed up for Medicaid as they leave. So that just gives a little more certainty. If somebody gets in and bonds out, then the state is still in compliance. So they have to be there for 21 days, which is long enough for them to find out that they're there, that that they are entitled to get signed up for these services. And so that's basically it's the same bill we passed 39-0 on Friday last week, but it actually is a little bit easier for the state to implement, still achieves the objectives that we're trying to, this is a common sense criminal justice reform in the sense that we get people signed up for Medicaid that are already eligible. We're not creating any new eligibility. We're just making sure they get signed up, those that are eligible, which means they can get access to their medication and get them into drug and alcohol treatment if that is a facility that's covered by Medicaid, and we'll have them signed up right away. They won't have a gap in services. They won't have a gap in coverage. They'll be able to get right into there and start making that progress outside of the correction system that we've already set them up for inside, reduce recidivism, reduce crime, increase positive outcomes. So I'd ask for your green vote on AM 2835. And again, I thank Senator Arch for working with me on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Debate is now open on the amendment. Senator Arch, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, again, since we're all appreciating everybody today, so I appreciate John Kavanaugh for working with me on this. So this really is born of just the volume that we're talking about, the volume of getting people signed up and helping them get signed up, more than just handing them a piece of paper, but actually helping them. This unwinding of the pandemic right now, we don't know when that's going to hit. We know that at some point the federal government is going to declare that the emergency is over, and at which time every state will be required to go back through every beneficiary of Medicaid and recertify. And for the state of Nebraska, we're talking about 300,000 individuals. And so the department will have to go through and recertify each one of those individually. So the delay in getting this done is much appreciated. There aren't enough staff and the training of those staff and all of that. So appreciate the effort to come to terms with this. So yes, I support AM 2835.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close on your amendment. Senator Kavanaugh waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2835 to LB 921. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
37A, 1 nay on the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on that bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 921 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance LB 921. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 921 is advanced. Members, we will be passing over LB 921A. Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I want to give you a quick update as to the schedule as we head into the later hours. First, as the President just noted, we are waiting because of the amendments on LB 921. 921A has to have a few modifications, and so we're still waiting for that to come back from revisers. We will get that done, though, sometime this evening, so I just wanted to make a note. That's why we passed over that. Secondly, we are going to have our dinner break as promised at 6. So we will take a 30-minute recess at 6 o'clock. At 6:30 when we come back, we will come to the point of the agenda. Looks like we'll be on 121. We will pause 121 to take up what I think right now will be 3 different bills, 3 different amendments. I want to give you a heads up on what those are. Number 1 will be LB 805, that's Senator Hughes' noxious weed bill. This is part of the larger conversation with Senator Linehan and Senator Stinner about modifying some funding sources. So that will be 1. Number 2 will be LB 598. Actually, that was a bill we passed this, sent to final reading this morning. There's an error that we caught, so we're going to put that in that slot as well to fix that error. That's Senator Wishart's bill that we did earlier today. And finally, we have an amendment on LB 888, which is Senator Day's Holocaust bill. So those are the 3 that we'll have. We'll break at 6. We'll come back at 6:30, pick those up. After those are done, we'll go back to 121 and pick up on the rest of our agenda, understanding that we're going to fit in LB 921A at some point this evening when convenient. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Returning to the agenda, select file Senator priority bills, LB 121.
$121, Senator, I have ENR amendments first of all.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 121.
Members, you've heard the motion to adopt the ENR amendments. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator Slama would move to amend.
Senator Slama, you are recognized to open on floor amendment 212.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am many things, some good, some bad, but I am a woman of my word. So buckle up. We are going to go 4 hours on this bill. I've been opposed to this concept since I got into the legislature. So at least I'm consistent on that front. But today of all days, I do think it's important to get up and speak against this. I am opposed to expanding government benefits for felons, especially on the same day when we couldn't pass a very basic Second Amendment rights bill. So I hope that as you're considering where you're going to be at on cloture when we get to LB 121 here sometime, I'm guessing around 10, given the dinner break. I'll have to speak with the speaker and see if that 30-minute dinner break is going to play into the 4 hours. Either way, I'll try to be very soothing with my voice. I've got some great studies to read from. So if you're interested in learning more about these studies, feel free to yield me time and I'll be able to get more in depth on them. So the first study that I'm going to read from, and again, normally I wouldn't do this, but this is a very simple bill that I am opposed to just on a very core level. So this study was published in, let's see here, Behavioral Science Law. It's also published through the NIH, and it's entitled Violent Offenses Associated with Co-Occurring Substance Use in Mental Health Problems, Evidence from CJDATS. The abstract reads, the present study examines the relationship between substance use, mental health problems, and violence in a sample of offenders released from prison and referred to substance abuse treatment programs. Data from 34 sites in a federally funded cooperative, the Criminal Justice Drug Abuse Treatment Studies, CJDATS, were analyzed. Among parolees referred to substance abuse treatment, self-reports for the 6-month period before the arrest resulting in their incarceration revealed frequent problems with both substance use and mental health. For most offenders with substance use problems, the quantity of alcohol consumed and the frequency of drug use were associated with a greater probability of self-reported violence. Mental health problems were not indicative of increases in violent behavior, with the exception of antisocial personality problems, which were associated with violence. The paper emphasizes the importance of providing substance abuse treatment in relation to violent behavior among offenders with mental health problems being discharged to the community. Background: mental health and substance use among offenders. The U.S. Department of Justice has reported that 18% of state prison inmates, 10% of federal prison inmates, and 14% of jail inmates cited either a mental condition or an overnight stay in a mental health hospital during their lifetimes. A systematic review of mental disorder prevalence worldwide suggested that about 1 in 7 prisoners in Western countries had a psychotic illness or major depression. These and other studies have found the prevalence of mental disorders to be higher in the prison system than in the general population. Furthermore, the number of correctional clients with mental disorders appears to be increasing. Specifically, the Colorado Department of Corrections has reported that the proportion of inmates with mental illness has risen from 4% in 1991 to 14% in 2001. By 2004, fully 16% of new court-committed offenders had severe mental disorders. Substance use is a common problem among offenders. Telpin, in 1994, found current substance use disorder in 29% and lifetime substance use disorder in 61% of male urban jail detainees. Peters and colleagues in 1998 found substance use disorders occurring in the 30-day period before incarceration in more than half of state prison inmates. More recently, Belenko and Pugh in 2005 found that half of male and 2/3 of female state prison inmates were in need of long-term substance abuse treatment. Similarly, a survey conducted by the Bureau of Justice Statistics in 2006 of state and federal prisons revealed that nearly half of the prisoners met criteria for drug abuse or dependence. A recent systematic review of substance use disorders among prison inmates showed that both alcohol use or dependence and drug abuse or dependence were much more common than in the general population. This observation was true for both male and female inmates, as found in 2006. Findings of elevated prevalence of mental health and substance use disorders fuel concerns about offenders with these disorders, since the disorders are often co-occurring. This was found in studies conducted in 1990, 2006, and 2003. For example, that 2006 study, Sachs and colleagues, found that 80% of state prison inmates entering substance abuse treatment had some form of mental health disorder. For 39%, the mental disorder was severe. Similarly, Schwartz and Lurigo have shown that psychiatric disorders are common among offenders in substance abuse treatment. Substance use and violence. The relationship between offending and substance use has several hypothesized mechanisms. First, pharmacological properties of certain substances can affect the risk of violence. Some substances increase anxiety, others dampen inhibition mechanisms, and some decrease pain sensitivity, all of which are elements of substance use that can increase the probability of violence. A second hypothesized mechanism is the high correlation of substance use and antisocial personality disorder, ASPD. Several investigations have found little to no association between co-occurring disorders and violence, except when the co-occurring mental disorder is ASPD. And that was found in studies in 1980, 1995, and 2004. A third hypothesized mechanism is that violent crime provides the means for some offenders to continue a substance use career. That is, maintenance of heavy substance use requires significant funding, and violent crime is a means of obtaining money. This is found in 4 studies, 1991, 1995, 2000, and 2002. Finally, substance abuse can interact with psychiatric symptoms. i.e. paranoia and hallucinations, to increase anxiety, tension, and cognitive perceptions, all of which are psychological symptoms that may increase the probability of violence. Many studies have established a relationship between substance use, particularly alcohol, and violence. Investigators have found significant relationships between violence and specific substances. Specifically, cocaine and alcohol use were found to have the strongest associations with violence compared to other drug use variables. Two systematic reviews suggest that even among samples of illicit substance users, alcohol is a substance with the strongest association with violence. Furthermore, among samples of persons with mental health problems, 2 studies found that of all substances investigated, only alcohol consistently increased the risk of future violence. Monahan and colleagues have also demonstrated the relationship between substance use and increased risk of violence among individuals with mental disorders. A recent analysis of MacArthur risk data showed that for patients classified as no drug use, little drug use, or met criteria for substance abuse disorder, the prevalence of violence climbed from 15 to 26 to 29%, respectively. The corresponding figures for alcohol were 14, 23, and 32%, and that was found by Melnick, Sachs, and Banks in 2006. Mental health and violence. The relationship between mental health and violence has not been studied as frequently, although research efforts have increased over the past decade. The MacArthur Risk Study is a primary source of evidence on the relationship between mental illness and violence. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I will pick up where I left off on my next turn on the mic. Hold on, let me get my...
Thank you, Senator Slama.
I wasn't quite done. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sorry about that. I just need to push my leg for the chair to make sure this didn't accidentally go to a vote. But just a quick update on what my process is going to be. I'll let this floor amendment go to a vote. I'll do a call the House to burn sometime. So if you are going to step off a little bit early for supper, please check out beforehand or not. Like, we could sit here and wait. That'd be a good alternative too. And then I'll file a reconsider motion on the floor amendment, and then I've got another one, and that should take us 4 hours. In any case, I am opposed to this concept. I'm opposed to this bill. It's nothing personal against Senator Hunt, and I'd given her a heads up beforehand, and I will give the remainder of my last few seconds to the speaker.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was distracted. My kid was just texting asking if I can take them to the mall this weekend, which I guess I didn't know if this generation wanted to go to the mall, so I was kind of chuckling about it. I want to explain what this bill does and remind folks. This bill is one I've been working on for 4 years. I think some other people worked on it before that. And it would lift the ban on access to Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, for people with certain drug convictions. In Nebraska, only people who have drug offenses on their records are banned for life from accepting SNAP. And over the pandemic, we received a lot of feedback from advocates who were getting intake calls. So a lot of people who work at food banks and things like this, who were having people come in who do not use drugs, who do not distribute drugs, but maybe had a conviction on their record from, 10, 20 years ago. And they were surprised to find out that they would not be eligible for food assistance. This bill costs nothing to Nebraska. SNAP is federally funded, and DHHS says that they will be able to absorb the cost. And with the prison crisis that we have here in Nebraska, we also know that this is a bill that's going to reduce recidivism. If you had to take all of the people who we could choose to take away food assistance from in Nebraska, all of the different offenses that people could commit, where we say, once you've done your time and paid your debt to society, you still are going to be punished for the rest of your life by not being able to get food assistance when you need it if you would otherwise qualify. I think that this is the last group of people that we should be doing this to. These are people who have committed financially motivated crimes in a lot of cases, people who are poor, people who struggle in poverty. And these are the people who really should have access to this part of the safety net. Again, this costs nothing to Nebraska taxpayers. It makes common sense. Nebraska is one of the few states that doesn't already do this. And I will be eager to hear some arguments against it, I suppose, and not just reading, but we're in for 4 hours of it. So with that, I'll close and thank everybody for their support of LB 121.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and wonderful evening it is. It's now almost 5:30. And with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time, as soon as she gets done having a sip, to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, 445.
Thank you very much, Senator Lowe. I am convinced that you could successfully have a very lucrative career reading children's bedtime books. You have a very calming voice, and I appreciate that about you. So I will just revisit, and on each turn on my mic, just revisit why I'm opposed to this. From a foundational perspective, I'm opposed to expanding government benefits for felons, especially on the same day in which we voted down a crucial Second Amendment bill. So I'm filibustering this. As I promised, this is your regularly scheduled programming for this evening. So we are reading a study that I find interesting. It was published in Behavioral Science Law in 2009. It's in the NIH Public Access author manuscript page for those following along at home, so you can read along and fact check me. It's entitled Violent Offenses Associated with Co-Occurring Substance Use and Mental Health Problems, Evidence from CJDATS. So this study, this paper was led by Sachs, Cleland, Melnick, Flynn, Knight, Friedman, Pendergast, and Cohen. And I am on page 3 in the section entitled Mental Health and Violence in the third sentence. Early studies found that within an average of 4 months of release from a psychiatric hospital, 27% of patients, men and women, reported at least one violent act. That's from Monahan in 1993. Yet for persons with a mental disorder, the predictive value of the type of mental disorder appears to be modest, according to Stedman and colleagues, who in 1998 found no appreciable difference in the risk of violence when they compared community samples to persons recently released from psychiatric hospital facilities when symptoms of substance abuse were absent from both groups. A subsequent study revealed that, when determining the risk of violence, the exact diagnosis should be considered. Specifically, a diagnosis of schizophrenia reduced the likelihood of later violence, but personality disorders increase violence. It's from Monahan in 2005. It is important to note that the MacArthur study sample consisted of released psychiatric inpatients, so schizophrenia contrasted with other diagnoses, including substance use disorders. Co-occurring disorders and violence. As noted earlier, the MacArthur study data revealed that individuals with co-occurring disorders had a higher risk of violent behavior than did those with major psychiatric disorders alone, according to Melnick in 2006. Also, Stedman and colleagues in 1998 found a higher probability of violence among persons recently released from psychiatric hospital facilities than among others sampled from the same community, when substance abuse symptoms were present in both groups. A relationship between violence and co-occurring substance use and mental illness has been found among jail inmates, according to McNeil, Binder, and Robinson in 2005. In schizophrenic patients, that's according to Swanson in 2006. However, other studies have not found an association between co-occurring disorders and violence. That's according to Abram and Teplin in 1990. On the whole, the literature presents mixed results with respect to relationships between mental illness and violence, thank you, Mr. President, and between co-occurring disorders and violence. And with that, I'll just wrap up my turn on the mic, as I will every turn on the mic, that I'm just fundamentally opposed to expanding government benefits to felons, especially on a day like today where we shot down a big Second Amendment vote. I'm going to begin and end my turn on the mic with that message, just so everybody who's watching at home can keep track of what's going on. So I will pick up from where I left off on my next turn on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Lowe. Senator Albright, you are recognized.
Thank you, President. And I just rise to take a look at the actual committee statement. It does look like this is Senator Hunt's priority bill. And I noticed in the actual committee, Senators Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator Day, Senator Walls, Senator Williams said yay. There were 3 nays. The chair, Arch, and Ben Hansen and Senator Merman were nays. I know a lot of people have left the floor. I'm going to want to find out why they were feeling the way they were. And I'm also looking for the only opponent, Stephanie Beasley, from the Department of Health and Human Services. I'd like to find out where she's coming from on this particular issue. And once I find that, I'll certainly be able to learn a little bit more about this particular bill. And with that, I'll yield some time to Senator Slama, if she would like it. Thank you.
Senator Slama, 4 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Senator Albright. It's very generous of you. You also have a very calming voice, which I appreciate. I've never liked filibusters where there's a lot of screaming, and it adds a little level of tension to the floor that I'm not as appreciative of. So I like that we're taking a very calming and relaxing approach to this. I mean, I'm just personally very opposed to expanding government benefits to drug felons. And I will pick up in my study where I left off. And to Senator Albright's point, I might also join in with the opposition testimony from the Department of Health and Human Services from when this had a committee hearing last year. So picking up on where I left off, this is again violent offenses associated with co-occurring substance use and mental health problems. Evidence from CJDATS. This was published in the Behavioral Science Law 2009 edition. And I am on page 4. This is published on the NIH Public Access Author Manuscript page. This is page 4. We're starting with the section titled ASPD and Violence. Incarcerated populations have a high prevalence, 50 to 80% of prisoners, of antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, and symptoms of psychopathy, Hare 2003. Several studies have examined the co-occurrence of substance use with ASPD and or psychopathy in relationship to violence. That's from someone called COID, COID, that's just for the transcribers, 2002, Crocker in 2005, Friedman, Kramer, and Kreischer, and Granick in 1996, Kaplan and Damphouse in 1995, Miller in 1990, Richards, Casey, and Lucente in 2003, Tangstrom in 2004, and Walsh in 1999. These studies have found that psychopathy increased the risk of violence. Given the overlap of antisocial personality characteristics, other mental health problems, and substance use, it is important to consider all of these factors and their potential influences when attempting to isolate their individual contributions to the relationship between co-occurring disorders and violence. The present study examines the relationship between substance abuse, mental health problems, and violence in a sample of offenders discharged from prison and referred to substance abuse treatment programs. Data from 34 sites were analyzed to explore the effects of frequency of substance use, abuse, and of the type and severity of mental health problems on violent offenses.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of the findings of the previous studies, the differential effects of specific substances used, abused on violence were examined with an emphasis on alcohol consumption. And I'll start whenever I get on the mic next with an analysis of their methods. So that'll be on page 4 on the header labeled methods. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Albright. Senator Clement, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand up and let's see, I'm in favor of the floor amendment, but opposed to the bill. I voted no on general file. 121. We've tried a bill like this before and it failed. And as has been mentioned in the committee, 3 committee members voted no. It just barely made it out of committee. And I see also that Health and Human Services testified in opposition. And currently we have, after 3 felony drug convictions, the SNAP ends, but that means so after 2 convictions, they're still eligible for benefits. And I think allowing 2 chances is good enough. People I've talked to about this recently, friends of mine, agree that we don't need to expand these benefits. 2 chances is reasonable, and expanding benefits for 3-time drug dealers is not what I believe majority of Nebraskans want. With that, I'd like to yield my time to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, 3 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Clements. I do appreciate that. Before we get back into the article, just a little anecdote about Senator Clements and I today. Senator Clements has hot tamales in his desk, and after the vote on constitutional carry today, he came over with an envelope labeled Senator Slama, and it was filled with hot tamales because he knows I'm a big fan. So thank you, Senator Clements, for being just a gem of a human being. You represent District Number 2, but you are number 1 in our hearts. Back to the study, and again, I'm filibustering this bill. I'm philosophically opposed, and I've been consistent in that, to expanding government benefits to felons, especially three-time felons, as Senator Clements very deftly pointed out. You already have 2 chances, and I do appreciate the approach of 3 strikes and you're out. So returning to the study on NIH public access, violent offenses associated with co-occurring substance use and mental health problems, evidence from CJDATS, page 4. And we're starting with the section labeled methods. Study design and sample. The analyses were conducted on data collected as part of the National Institute on Drug Abuse NIDA initiative, Criminal Justice Drug Abuse Treatment Studies, CJDATS, a cooperative research effort in which 9 regional research centers, a coordinating center, and NIDA work with federal, state, and local criminal justice partners, in part, to develop and test new approaches for prison and reentry services to meet the needs of offenders with substance use disorders. Data from the CJDATS intake interview in 2005, administered in 2 reentry studies encompassing 34 sites, provided data for the study. Analyses used data collected from all participants who had been recruited as of October 2nd, 2007, who had consented to participate in the studies, and who had complete data sets. Sample data from one study, Transitional Case Management, TCM, involved 812 participants who were recruited from
1
prison.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prison substance abuse treatment programs and scheduled for referral to community substance abuse treatment. Participants were men and women at least 18 years of age and within 3 months of release. And I will pick up from that point when I am next on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. And you are next in the queue. You may continue.
Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. President. So we'll just continue on. I'll leave out the reference to the actual article, but again, I am filibustering this bill. It got 25 votes on the last time around. So that's why I'm taking it 4 hours today, because I am opposed to the bill, and we can filibuster things if we were opposed to them, and would like to see that they receive 33 votes to advance. So if that happens this evening, LB 121 will advance, but if not, it will die on filibuster, much in the same way that constitutional carry died earlier this afternoon. So returning back to the study, I'm on page 4 under the subsection sample in the methodology section. And I am 2 sentences in. Only 6% of eligible offenders solicited refused participation in the TCM study. Data from the second investigation, Step In Out SNO, involved 565 male and female parolees who had histories of substance abuse treatment and for whom substance abuse treatment had been mandated or recommended as a condition of parole. Some were recruited in prison and some in the community. All were at least 18 years of age. Only 1% refused participation in the SNO study. Neither study excluded individuals for evidence of mental disorder. However, it is likely that severely disordered individuals, where recognized, would not have been admitted to substance abuse treatment programs. Of the 1,377 offenders recruited, 28 participants, 2%, were not included in the analyses for this paper because they had either not completed both of the instruments or were missing key variables. The final sample for analysis consists of 807 TCM participants and 542 SNO participants for a total of 1,349. Measures. The CJDATS intake interview. In 2005, a structured interview used to collect socio-demographic background information, including education and employment, criminal history, health, and psychological status, and drug use history, was administered to all participants. Most intake interviews were completed in 1 to 2 hours. CJDATS research centers conducting the studies obtained Institutional Review Board and HHS Office for Human Research Protections approvals, and a Data and Safety Monitoring Board reviewed the protection of human research subjects. In addition, participants completed the client evaluation of self and treatment intake version. It's the TCU CEST intake, and this is according to Joe Broom, Rohan Saul, and Simpson in 2002. 2 scales from this instrument were used to indicate antisocial personality characteristics: the childhood problem scale and a modified hostility scale. While these 2 scales are not diagnostic instruments, they do isolate features that are consistent with antisocial personality disorder. The childhood problem scale consists of 8 items indicative of childhood conduct disorder. Conduct problems during childhood indicate the early onset and pervasiveness of antisocial characteristics, which define what is to have an antisocial personality disorder. Examples from the scale include: you skipped school while growing up, and you took things that did not belong to you when you were young. Internal consistency for the scale was good. A hostility scale with items indicative of antisocial personality disorder was included. Of the 8 items, 3 seemed too close to the
1 minute.
criterion, thank you, Mr. President, of recent violence, i.e., your temper gets you into fights or other trouble, and were dropped from the analyses. Examples from the modified hostility scale are: you like others to feel afraid of you, and you feel a lot of anger inside you. Internal consistency for this scale was also good, and I will pick up from there where I've left off. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Ben Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Slama if she so wishes to have it.
Slama, 4:55.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, people keep yielding me time. I must be doing this in a calming, reflective way. I do appreciate Senator Hansen. I believe he was one of the 3 senators who did vote against this coming out of committee. So I also appreciate his opposition to the bill. So picking up where we left off, and again, just to remind everyone, I'm just fundamentally opposed to expanding government benefits to 3-time felons. I've been consistent in that position since taking office, and I said on first round, if the bill advanced, I would be taking this 4 hours on select. It received 25 votes in advance, so here we are at 5:45 on April 11th, and I'm reading from an article published in Behavioral Science Law in 2009, and if you'd like to follow along at home, it's published on the NIH Public Access page, and it's entitled Violent Offenses Associated with Co-occurring Substance Use and Mental Health Problems, Evidence from CJDATS. Beginning again on page 5, subsection Substance Use. Participants were asked about the frequency of their last alcohol use in the 30-day and 6 months periods before the arrest that led to their last incarceration. Respondents fell into one of 9 levels of frequency, ranging from never, not used, to about 4 or more times per day. Several questions were asked about the quantity of alcohol consumed during the 30-day period before the arrest that resulted in their incarceration. Participants were asked about the size and number of drinks of beer, malt liquor, wine, fortified wine, and liquor consumed on a typical day of drinking. Quantities were converted into standard drinks, with 12, 6, 5, 5, and 1.5 ounces corresponding to one standard drink for beer, malt liquor, wine, fortified wine, and liquor, respectively. The total number of standard drinks on a typical day of drinking served as an overall summary of the quantity of alcohol consumed. In the analyses described below, a natural log transformation was applied to this alcohol quantity variable to reduce positive skew. Participants were also asked about the frequency of their use of 18 different drugs of abuse in the 30-day and 6-month periods before the arrest that led to their incarceration, including marijuana, crack and powder cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, inhalants, hallucinogenics. I know it's been a few minutes on the mic. Barbiturates, sedatives, minor tranquilizers, GHB, ketamine, street methadone, and other opiates. Again, 9 levels of frequency range from never, not used, to about 4 or more times per day. Overall frequency was defined by the most frequently used drug. In addition, several frequency variables were constructed to summarize the use of specific types of drugs. Stimulants included crack, powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and amphetamine. Opioids included heroin, non-prescription methadone, and opiates, i.e. Oxycontin. Speedball described the simultaneous use of either heroin and cocaine or heroin and methamphetamine. Psychedelics included marijuana and hallucinogenics. Sedatives included tranquilizers, barbiturates, and other sedatives.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similar to the overall frequency of drug use variable, for each drug type, frequency was defined by the drug most often used within that type. These additional frequency variables were constructed to determine whether the frequency of the use of some types of that drug would have a stronger association with violence than other types of drug. And I'll pick up from there where I left off. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Ben Hansen. Senator Bostelman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me, there's a couple items within the bill that I haven't been supportive of and continue to not be supportive of. A couple of those is in 2003, Nebraska elected to provide food stamps to felons with 2 drug felonies or fewer. This would allow a convicted felony level drug dealer to receive SNAP benefits. It also removes the requirement for an individual convicted of a drug felony for possession or use to complete a drug treatment program in order to be eligible for SNAP. This is to stop felons from selling SNAP benefits for cash to purchase more drugs. And I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, 415.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Bostelman. I do appreciate your thoughtful opposition to LB 121. I will continue with the article with the subsection entitled Mental Health Problems on page 6. Mental health problems. Mental health diagnoses were not available. Participants were asked whether they had experienced any of the following 6 problems, independent of the effects of alcohol or other drug use during their lifetime. Serious depression, serious anxiety or tension, trouble understanding, concentrating or remembering, hallucinations, thoughts of suicide, and attempts at suicide. They were also asked whether they had received inpatient, outpatient, or emergency room treatment for mental or emotional difficulties in the 30-day period before the arrest that resulted in their last incarceration, and the number of times in their lives that they had been hospitalized for a psychiatric or emotional problem. If any of the 6 problems were present, or if any mental health treatments had been received, a lifetime mental health problem was considered to be present. Assessments of mental health problems contemporaneous with reported substance use, i.e., the 6-month or 30-day period before the arrest resulting in their last incarceration, would have been preferred as predictors of violence if available, but treatment services for mental health problems during those periods occurred too infrequently to be used as the only indicators of mental health problems. Because questions about recent mental health problems overlapped or referred to a period of time in which offenders had been incarcerated, questions about lifetime mental health were considered to have more relevance to problems experienced in the community. Violent offenses. Participants were asked how many offenses of various types they had committed in the 6-month period before the arrest that led to their last incarceration. The following 7 offense types were considered to be violent. 1. Robbery, attempted robbery, mugging. 2. Assault, aggravated assault, and battery. 3. Kidnapping, hostage taking. 4. Terrorist threats, acts. 5. Homicide, attempted homicide, manslaughter. 6. Arson. 7. Sex offenses. If the participant reported one or more of the types of offense during the 6 months preceding their arrest and incarceration, then a violent offense was considered to be present. Data analysis. To account for the clustering of the 1,349 individuals in 34 recruitment sites, a generalized linear mixed model analysis with a random intercept was used to predict the occurrence of a violent offense.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will put a pin in that and pick up from there where we left off, whether it's after our upcoming 6 o'clock supper break or before then. I'd anticipate my odds are pretty good that I'll be up on the mic before then. But in any case, I will continue on my next turn on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Bostoman. Senator Albright, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, President, and I will be yielding my time to Senator Slama after she takes her drink, if she'd like to have the rest of
Senator
the time.
Slama, 450.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Albright. I was taking a delightful sip of the legislature's coffee, which I do not drink coffee unless we're in session, and also this coffee is horrible. So in any case, I am energized. Picking up where we left off, under data analysis, this is on page 6. And we are on the second sentence. The LME4 package of the freely available open source R program was used to fit generalized linear mixed models. All predictors were individual participant characteristics, including gender, age, race, Hispanic ethnicity, alcohol quantity, drug frequency, childhood problems, hostility, and lifetime mental health problems. Following a standard statistical approach, an initial model was fit with main effects for all these variables, as well as two-way interactions between each mental health problem and alcohol quantity, each mental health problem and drug frequency, alcohol quantity and drug frequency, childhood conduct problems and alcohol quantity, childhood conduct problems and drug frequency, hostility and alcohol quantity, and hostility and drug frequency. 17 different two-way interactions in total. The model was reduced through a process of manual elimination of non-significant two-way interaction terms. Starting with the two-way interaction term that was farthest from the significance, i.e. highest p-value, terms were removed one at a time until only significant two-way interactions remained. The resulting reduced model was the basis for determining which variables had unique associations with violence. For three two-way interactions that remained in the final model, simple main effects were calculated to determine how the effect of one variable differed across levels of another variable. Prior to the primary modeling, substance use variables were explored to determine which variables were the best predictors of violence. Now we're on a new section. This one's entitled Results, and the subsection below that is Profiles. We're at the top of page 7 for those following along at home. Table 1 shows the characteristics of participants with and without a violent offense in the 6-month period before the arrest that led to their last incarceration. 27% of all offenders reported at least one violent offense during this period. Apart from age, the demographic characteristics of offenders with and without violent offenses during this period were similar. Those with recent violent offenses had more lifetime arrests. As expected, mental health problems were common, with problems of depression, anxiety, and concentration much more common than hallucinations, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. Offenders who had engaged in recent violent activities were more likely to have each individual mental health problem, had more problems in total, and had higher scores on the childhood problems and hostility scales. Recent substance use was frequent, and the most frequently used substances were stimulants, alcohol, and psychedelics. Except for opioid drugs and speedball, the use of both alcohol and drugs was more frequent among those with a recent violent offense.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Preliminary analyses. Prior to the primary modeling, substance use variables were explored to determine which variables were the best predictors of violence. Separate generalized linear mixed models were fit for alcohol quantity and for alcohol frequency. In these models, quantity was a stronger predictor than frequency. When a model was fit with both alcohol quantity and frequency entered together, the quantity remained the stronger predictor. Consequently, subsequent modeling used the alcohol quantity variable. And I'll pick up there on my next turn on the mic. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Salama yield for a question?
Senator Slama, would you yield?
Absolutely.
So Senator Salama, for anybody that's watching at home, this bill would give SNAP benefits to people who have, explained to me
Yes.
in simple terms what this bill does.
In simple terms, LB 121 would expand SNAP benefits to include 3-time drug felons, which is the group of people that is currently excluded under our law, as the federal government has authorized that Nebraska is able to do.
So this session, when we have heard people get up and say we won't do SNAP benefits, is this the bill they've been talking about? It's the only bill that we've had on SNAP benefits this year, isn't it?
I believe so, unless I'm completely misremembering or forgetting something that happened
Well,
on the
maybe
floor.
somebody else that's listening can tell us. So I think when it's been repeated on the floor that we don't care and we're not even willing to do SNAP benefits, it kind of leaves the impression, if you're unaware and you're watching from home, that somehow we won't provide SNAP benefits to young families or children. And that is nothing to do with this, right?
No, absolutely not. In fact, when you look at the numbers, the argument that this is somehow keeping food from children is absolutely untrue. And all you have to do, without even looking at the statistics, which are minimal, is look at the number of 3-time convicted drug felons that actually have custody of their children. And you'll see that that number is, I believe, 0, if not 0, in the state of Nebraska. But moreover, those children through WIC already have access to those resources. So this is not excluding families at all. This is just excluding the 3-time convicted drug felons themselves.
Thank you. With that, I would yield the rest of my time to you.
She yield.
Yes.
Yielded 250.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and Senator Linehan for your thoughtful questions. And it really gets to a core issue of a lot of discourse in this session, saying that we're refusing SNAP benefits. I do refuse to expand SNAP benefits to 3-time felons. I think our taxpayer money would be best used elsewhere. I will dig into this last paragraph on the preliminary analyses on page 7 and then wrap up my thoughts, because I do believe we're getting to a 6 o'clock supper break. Separate models were fit for overall drug use frequency and for each of the other individual drug use frequencies: stimulant, opioid, speedball, psychedelic, sedative, and other, in the past 6 months. In these models, alcohol quantity was included as a control variable in recognition of the established association of alcohol use with violence, and because alcohol was more likely to be used in combination with certain substances and less likely to be used in combination with others. None of the more specific drug use frequency variables were better predictors of violence than overall drug use frequency. Therefore, subsequent modeling used the overall drug frequency variable. And then just as a preview of future attractions, the next subsection under the results section that I'll be reading once we pick up after supper, and the returning bills to select reading from final reading for a specific amendment at 6:30 will be the association of mental health problems and substance use frequencies with violent offenses. And with that, I will wrap up our first hour-ish on the mic of this 4-hour filibuster. Thank you to all of those who are still on the floor or tuned in at home. And I think we will break.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, I do have some items for the record, amendments to be printed from Senator Moorfield, Senator Hughes to 1112. Have a new resolution 450 by Senator Colterman that'll be laid over. That's all that I have, Mr. President. Recess. Mr. President, Senator Lowe would move to recess the body until 6:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion to recess until 6:30. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are in recess.